Let's go live. Okay, so the part that we're on right now. So we're getting invalid API stuff. And man, yeah, headache subsiding. I was getting a little upset stomachy for a minute there. So yeah, it's dropping data for us. Received unexpected content type, which I find very interesting. Now, which one did it say that's happening with? We tried to generate traces. Okay, hold on. So I wonder if this OTLP exporter is our problem there. For the tempo part. We had this. So we do the basic auth. Why is it thinking we're sending application JSON? I think that's the trickiest thing to me. Ooh, one part. Yeah, we might be messing that up. Let's see if that does it. Still the same error. So this is from 2021. I doubt that much has changed about it. Let me double check some other stuff here. As far as receivers go, that part doesn't matter. I wonder if it's because we're doing headers authorization here, but that's what they recommended. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, I think it'd be really cool. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was just curious. So any trace receiver is supported, right? We should probably be batching, which is fine. Yeah, so I should add the batch back. Just cause, it's better that way. Isn't Grafana only supports HTTP and not gRPC? I mean, technically, they add the OTLP provider, or exporter, which is gRCP based, to be used with Grafana Cloud. So it seems to me like it should work. Right? And this is from their own blog. So yeah, this is basically gRPC. And yeah, gRPC is technically over HTTP anyway. In many cases. I'm sure there's some other wire format or whatever, right? But yeah, like anytime I've worked with gRPC, it was still over HTTP. I guess, yeah, you could do raw TCP. That goes way beyond my level of knowledge. But yeah, after done learning, we can submit. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, what we're trying to do for this highlight content for this video is something that I would actually make a decent conference talk too. But yeah, got to really like put in that effort. I need my passport before I can go to EU though. All right, so it's running again. Let's just try it. Transport received unexpected content type. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. So let me just try some of these other exporters then, right? We got the OTLP for tempo. The ACL thing kind of makes sense too. Yeah. Let's try it with Loki. With Loki, we're getting a different error, basically. All right, we're going to stop that just because we don't want to spam their service. Unsupported protocol scheme. So that one does need the HTTP. So this one is saying invalid scope requested. So it does seem like a scope issue. Logs prod 006. All right, glad they didn't do any of that. Cool. So this is where I saw that. I'm wondering if instead I want to do this. .405 method not allowed. Yep, so that didn't seem like it. Have a separate scopes page. Technically, we end up creating a token. Let me double check and see what I can show. Okay, it's not showing it yet. Oh, and let me pop out the chat for YouTube. All right, no one chatted yet. But yeah, how you doing, YouTube? Oh, someone did. What up, Shy? Sorry, man. My bad. For some reason, it wasn't even showing on my other screen. I mean, so this is what I can show. This is like the set of scopes. Yeah, we're showing it now. That's fine. This is a read scope, though. Yeah, it looks like it is read-only. So I'd have to create a new token manually. Aha! And it would probably be the same token for all of them then, right? So that's the issue. It is an ACL issue. Okay. I think the access policy is like a thing that contains the scopes, right? Don't leak it. All right, they got IDs. They're not showing the keys yet, which is fine. Sure. Yeah, it does look like logs, metrics, traces. Those are all read. And they're all the same between all three of those. So I can just deactivate and delete all of them. All right, so creating a new access policy. And this would be part of it. All right, so writing, I think, is all we end up wanting on this, right? I don't think I need anything else. Yeah, it's not bad. IP range will not deal with for now. The realm would be all stacks, sure. The display name is hotel. Hotel demo. And then this is, at least one scope attached. Wait, did it uncheck this stuff? Oh, it did. Interesting. 1, 2, 3. I think we call that good. This is where I need to hide this, though. Just give me a sec. Add a token. Okay, so it didn't show it yet. This token name is Hotel Demo 1. No expiry. I'm in. All right, so let me do this part. We got a rabbit in the administration system. Quick, give it a flu shot. Flu shot? All right, so I did that. That is not all of it, though. I need to now do this part, which would be the base 64 part. Yeah. All right, so this is the Prometheus one I'm generating. All right, that's the username. And then we got to do it for tempo. What's up, Under Snowman? How you doing? Clear that buffer. Paste that. Get rid of that. Save that. Cancel out of that. Copy some random thing. Hide this screen so that we can't see it. And cool. Saddle up, partner. Oh, and 1 second. Good online resources for learning design stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure about the cost of it, but it's the one by Adam Wathan, the guy that created Tailwind. It's like rethinking design, or I don't remember. Refactoring UI. I'm not sure how much it costs, though. So yeah, the full book for almost exactly 100. It's like they knew the price point. Right, you get the video tutorials, then the component inspiration gallery and some other things, right? Like comprehensive color palettes, font showcase, and icon library. So depending on if you want those, that's where $149 instead. But I've heard very, very good things about this. And yeah, if you want to get started for the 100 and then you feel like the other stuff might be valuable, I'm sure they would happily upgrade you. Yeah, no worries, Typer, for sure. Yeah, this is one of the ones I hear a lot of designers recommend as well. Yeah, I would say don't abuse it, but, you know, if it's just not giving you what you expected, awesome. It is no questions asked, but, you know, if you get value out of it, it's probably worth paying for still. But all right, so we get the... Yeah, I got to be careful about the history here. We want to do /start server. Not there, though. All right, so logs generated. 405 method not allowed because I didn't save that. So that's on me. I didn't see anything make it through to here, which I think is good. So now, if we go over to here, I don't know how to actually find my data. Oh, that's the Prometheus part. Here's our logs. No data. Interesting. That looks pretty right to me. At least for the log part. And we didn't get an error over here. Let's try some of the others. Let's do some traces. Ooh, we did get something here. Not retriable. Ingestion rate limit, the amount of bytes. Oh, so we can't batch that one? Oh, and we got to restart the server when we do so. Invalid endpoint for Prometheus. All right, so that actually ran. One second. All right, so traces exceeded. Yep. Okay, so I think batching is going to actually be a problem for us. Even though it's a best practice. At which point, yeah, we should probably just kick it to a new line. Oh, but it's doing that. We got to comment these before that part kicks in. Wonder if there's a way to watch your config. That would be kind of useful. So that hopefully just did one. Let's make sure we restart that. Right, so that probably just generated one log, right? Logs generated one. We didn't see an error there. Yeah, so fetch all log lines. Label is exporter OTLP. Oh, all right. So I needed to apply the labels. That was a big part we were missing before. So when we were getting those logs, they were getting sent just fine, right? Body, the message, severity. Okay, cool. So we're actually getting all this stuff in there now. Let me just go double check traces. Okay, yep. Yep. Telemetry gens, let's go, and okie dokie. Those are some good log statements. Nailed it, guys. Now, this just seems like the log values, though, but it is a trace ID. I think we're good. All right, and then last but not least, our Prometheus data, which we don't have anything for yet. And Prometheus is our metrics, right? Yeah. No error there. Cool. How do we get rid of this over here? There we go. Let's just try rate. So that would be their own internal trace ID, right? Oh, but it actually just hated those brackets. Yeah, nothing for our aggregator to do. All right, and we do get the metric over here. Okay. Got it. All right. So we're at least wired up, which is awesome. Boy, yeah, headache is finally going away. Whew. Okay, so yeah, that was like the main part. I think one big thing as a note. Yep. All right, so the default is read-only. I don't know. I never played Minecraft. I feel like I tried it at one point, and it's fine. But, I don't know. I like the vibe of Terraria a little bit more. And man, a bunch of our extensions need to update, but I don't think we need to do that now. So, okay. That is a massive win. We can move on to the Next.js part of things now. Because we have the collector. We have all that done. So let's look at what the general, flow is going to be like, right? We talk about what the goal of the video is, what is OpenTelemetry, how it works, libraries, all that junk. Collector setup. This demo does not use batching because of default Grafana limits. Make sure, yeah. So basically that part I put in the notes over here. So getting started, debug exporter for now. Wire it up to Grafana. And then bam, the next part. We're probably going to ignore the client setup. What I want to do actually is, right, it's kind of like part of our what's missing, but instead of this, right, client setup, mention some of these points at least, but a big part of it is not going to go very deep into this part. Exception tracing is probably the wrong way to frame that. Exception logging, maybe? Slash tracing? Right, what we don't cover, what highlight brings. And then, yeah, so this is the part we really want to, like, dig into and make sure that we can do, like, by hand. This is probably going to be the part, right, like, all of this. The collector setup, Grafana, and the server setup, I want to be able to do smoothly and quickly. I think that's a big part of making this a valuable video. So yeah, we're going to go through it today, and then, yeah, like, I will almost do a couple, like, speed runs trying to see how quickly we can get it up and going. Like, almost like live coding style. Because that's for, like, a later bit of content, I think. So yeah, this first one is more just, like, the bullet points, almost like a slide presentation. A later video will be more of like a webinar kind of thing. So yeah, let's dig into some of this, right? Next config, we're going to be focusing on just the app router rather than both. Maybe Pages is easier. I have no idea, right? Dig into the instrumentation hook, instrumentation.ts, SSR errors, etc. Cool. What that means is we need to spin up a new Next project. All right, so we're in the apps folder. I'm going to rmrf the, I mean, I guess they already spun up a web for us, right? We might not need to do anything, though it's not heavily curated, right? We didn't go through any of the steps here. So what I do see is that I believe if we have an app folder, that means we're using the app router. So that part's good. Import aliases are less important. The other stuff is meh. Let me look at the code. Oh, at repo/UI is a package in which we got some like components and stuff. That's fine. So that's the only thing in the next config right there. Let's double check some of this. We are on Next 14. Is that an up-to-date version? React 18 and Next 14? Where do we see what the latest version is? What's up? How you doing, Cedric? Guess we got to go look at it on GitHub. They don't have it specifically there. Okay, so 14.2 is their canary version, which is fine. So I think 14.1, totally fine. Cool. So we already have a Next project, so we don't need to run that command. What we end up wanting to do now is set up some of the instrumentation stuff. So looking at my notes, all right, there's an instrumentation hook, instrumentation.ts, and how we get SSR errors. Let's close a few of these that we don't need anymore. Hey, what's up? Hey. You tend to always pick the days I have the hoodie, huh? That one was good. Yeah, for sure. That was the audio clip I sent you previously, too. I think this one might have even been better. Just the fact that it called you Alex is hilarious, though. Yeah, that was good. But the fact that you just press Alt F4 and kill any electronic device of an evildoer, pretty solid. That's awesome, actually. Could only open it on your phone with Outlook? That is super weird. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, that sounds extremely weird. Is that an Android problem? No, it's probably an iOS problem. I don't know what you have. But yeah, what were you up to on stream today? I didn't look at that part yet. You were doing front end, and I'm dealing with back end OpenTelemetry stuff. Is it opposite day? Spent 3 hours realizing you just need to pay someone to do it. It's about how that works. Yeah, we just got finished wiring up our OTel collector, right? Because we're trying to do this piecemeal, right? We want to show like the from scratch with it. So we spun up a collector locally, and we're using telemetry gen to kind of like make some of this stuff. And then from there, we've actually got Grafana ingesting all that. We had some like permissions issues. So yeah, we generated an access policy that has write access. And now we can actually like see values and do stuff with them, which is cool. So yes, for the new Quirk UI. Yeah, I know I've seen a little bit of you working on it, right? Just briefly. Grafana Cloud, it's what you're building Quirk observability on at the moment. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so I'll be doing some like sponsored content with highlight.io, which might be worth checking out too, if you want to do it a little easier. Especially because their like bread and butter is like a session, right? The idea of tracking your front end and your back end together so you can get like a full-on replay if someone runs into a bug or an error or whatever. So yeah, session replay or whatever, that's their main feature that sets them apart from just being some generic OTel thing. So might be worth checking out. Keep in mind, this is sponsored content. I think this part technically counts too. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, this is basically the gist of like a first video that I'm going to try to make for them, where we go over what is OTel for like 4-ish minutes, right? Just talk about why it was made, who's behind it, you know, mention the core parts of it, and then really talk about like what steps you'd have to do to set it up yourself. And then, you know, the kicker at the end is, yeah, and what other stuff did we not cover, right? So, yeah, technically, this part might not be that important anymore. But, yeah, like, at the end, like, why would you want to use Highlight instead of just wiring this all up yourself? Well, because, yeah, wiring this all up yourself is just work you're putting in that isn't your core product. Stuff like that. So, yeah, I think it'll be a pretty decent video. We'll see. We'll see. And yeah, the part we're on right now is really digging into how we set up observability in Next.js. So these are our brief notes from some basic research, but I haven't actually done it. So we got to go through that process. And yeah, if we can get through this part fairly well, I might start turning it into some slides, right? Like just presentation slides to do like a rough draft talk, right? Get a feel for the timing and all that stuff. Because really, like, a slide presentation and a YouTube video are very similar, right? The only thing that changes is how the visuals are done. So yeah, we're going to do a rough draft run through at some point. Not sure if we'll end up getting to that today, but I think we got time. We'll see how long this part takes us right here, though. So yeah, let's fire up some of them docs for OTel and Next.js. Feature is experimental, right? So we got to add experimental.instrumentation hook true. And yeah, before I dive any deeper into this, yeah, happy to keep chatting. What is the front end being built with? I'm going to guess Next.js. Realistically, I'm not sure how much you need a server component. You don't want to host it. Yeah, so just pure Vite and React. Yeah, that makes more sense to me for sure. Right? Like, dealing with scaling a dashboard, like, come on, it's all login gated anyway. Yeah, just log in, right? Just log in, download an SPA's assets. Hopefully you're doing per route bundling, and then you're good to go. It is a solid hoodie, yeah. And how's it going, Nate? So yeah, pure just Vite and React. Totally makes sense. Pretty happy with how big this tweet I made the other day went. Kind of pointing out that, yeah, if you're doing a dashboard, you probably don't need Next. It actually went fairly large, too. Hold on, if I can find it. Yeah. Yeah, 39K. I'm pumped. I think big part of that is Theo replied to it, which definitely gets it onto a lot more people's timelines. But yeah, right? I really feel like Next.js is for this narrow band of things, right? Where SSR is actually important. You can do static site generation with Next. I think that's totally fine. I find it to be less of its bread and butter, and there's other tools that are just fine for marketing sites and docs and stuff. For single page applications, yeah. I know it's possible with Next.js to do it like single page app style. I'm not sure if it's worth the extra effort though. But yeah, pretty happy about it. Pretty pumped. Ooh, another one that was interesting was, what if I want any branch tag or commit to be viewable? You don't need SSR for that, technically. You can do ephemeral deploys with static site generation or SPAs. So I don't understand why this is like a gated thing for needing SSR at all. But I might be missing something. So, yep, whatever. All right, so in our config here, we wanted that. So yeah, they want us to use the Vercel OTel thing, and I'm not sure we want to do that yet. Right, they have an example of with OpenTelemetry. But we can configure OTel directly, which means we end up needing a bunch of stuff, which I think is fine. So that is going to go inside of our outline here. So Vercel slash OTel, very Vercel focused with sensible default config. Auto, manual, custom config. So then pnpm add is one of our steps. And it's really just, this page gives us a lot. Main document is that. So now if we install all these, we should be good. We can initialize the Node SDK in our instrumentation. Node SDK is not compatible with the Edge runtime. Right, okay. So we end up needing an instrumentation.node .ts file. And this is in instrumentation.ts. Where do we want to put that? And hey, what's up, Robotic Head? How on the nose? Ah, that one wasn't great. Yeah, so the robot got a little confused there. So 2-tap. Basically, when someone subscribes, raids, is gifted a sub, or donates, or not donates, but gives 100 bits or more, we have an AI take in their name using TMI.js and envision them as a superhero. We could actually customize that in all sorts of ways. If you're a streamer, it's actually really easy to wire up. You're going to have to pay for it yourself, because I'm not going to let random people use my key and spend a bunch of my money. But yeah, if you go sign up for Vappy and set some of those things up, you too can have something similar in your stream, and it doesn't have to be a superhero. You create the prompt for it. So yeah, it's kind of fun. Yeah, I like it. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I don't know. We'll replay the Alt F4 streams. I feel like that one was pretty good. And remember, it's AI, so it's not perfect. It definitely, like you heard it mess up with robotic heads there, which was annoying. But yeah, let's replay the Alt F4 stream one. Yeah, you can totally do that. I'll switch up the voice here in a second. So yeah, let's change up the voice then. Sure. Currently, the voice is Ruby from PlayHT. Let's try one from 11 Labs. And let's do, I don't know, Philip. Ooh, we can actually pick a transcriber. We can pick a model. It's currently on Grok. Let's try Anthropics, maybe. It'll be approximately 17 cents a minute. Yikes. No worries, Fievel. With that many superheroes, there will be a need for supervillains as well. Yeah, I think we could really start to fiddle with that. I'm not sure how we want to do it. Maybe like raids become the villains? I don't know. But we've got it set. Anyone have a sub that they want to like announce? That would really help it out. Gifting a sub would work too. 100 bits would also do it. And actually, no, I can do it manually. Never mind. Don't even worry about it. I forgot that I can do this part. So let's try it. I switched over to Anthropic as the AI, so maybe it'll be even better. So let's try this. Boo, 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 boo. Let's try Robotic Head again. Is it me, or does this guy sound really bored? Right? For all. Yeah, he sounds like he's being forced to read it. Yeah, dude. All right. Hold on. Let's try a different voice. That one was awful. That one was so bad. Screw you, Philip. Like, I don't know. Let's try Bert. Welcome to Costco. Exactly. Hold on. Graham the Dev. I'll try that one. I don't think it liked the rel. Even better. Yeah. Let's try someone else's name then. Yeah, right? It needs to sigh. Dude, yeah, no, it's just broken right now. All right. Hold on, let's try this again. All right, so Graham and Steel Toad. It really doesn't like that. Yeah, at least he's saying thanks. I think I broke something. I don't know what I broke. Let's change the model. That is so strange. All right, let's try a different... Yeah, dude, Bert really doesn't want to do it. I don't think it's the voice that's actually the problem, though. And yeah, the 11 Labs ones aren't really that good. Let's try Rhyme. And who are we going to talk to? How about Kevin? It's always Kevin. How dare you, Kevin? This guy's incredibly bored, too. I know, dude. What? Why are they so depressing? Very Stephen Wright. Yeah, exactly. Damn it, Kevin. All right, let's see. Is there a Chris? Did they name one Chris? All right, Rhyme, it doesn't have one. What about Deep Graham? Ooh. All right, so hold on. This one's Orpheus from Deep Graham. One more try. Come on. Graham, I don't think they understand your name. Okay, I'll do it this way. It depends on which AI we're using, I think. Okay, let's try someone else. Who else is out there? Who wants to have their name tested? Two-tap Prince. That sounds about right. Dude, the Deepgram one is not good. Okay. Let's try this one. We're going to try an OpenAI one now. And no, there's no like famous people's voices. That would get them sued real quick. I still like the original Australian lady's voice. Yeah, I think I still like Play HT's voices better. Yeah, I haven't fiddled with nearly enough of these. We're going to go back to Play HT. Back to Ruby. Let's just try one more, right? Let's listen to Chris from Play HT. This one better be the coolest one we've ever heard. Oh, yeah. He definitely wants to sell you some crypto. Yeah, Play HT has the best voices so far, right? They're, like, definitely the most, like, realistic sounding. That's kind of crazy. I still like Ruby more, so I'm going to throw it back to Ruby. But that one wasn't bad. And Graham, if you want that one, like that audio clip, just send me a message over on Discord, and I can download it and send it to you. That one was pretty good. I liked it. And the fact that I typed in dev and rel as separate words, but it knew it meant developer relations, that was good. That was pretty good. Yeah, I don't think a use case is necessary, but yeah, send me a message and I'll send you that audio clip if you ever want to just like have it for fun, for sharing. Oh, a marketing message for Deke from the AI? Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, so back to our project at hand. I think it's going to be in here. Next runtime is not listed as a dependency in turbo.json. Wait, what? Oh, nifty. That's kind of cool. Hey, what's up, Space Case? How you doing? I know, right? Yeah, 30 days. That's crazy. For a second, I was like, wait, why didn't it shout you out? Oh, yeah, the bot doesn't do it for watch streaks. Which would be interesting. I bet there's a way to do that. Really interested in the Next.js stuff? Nice. All right, so that goes into our notes. So we need an OpenTelemetry collector with compatible backend. They recommend using this, but I don't think we need to do that at the moment. I think it depends. I've heard really good things about Postmark. I've heard decent things about SendGrid. I've also heard some somewhat negative things, so I'm not sure. I used to heavily recommend Mailgun and Mailjet, but they've since been acquired by a company called Cinch, and Cinch is basically running those tools into the ground, right? Like, you're going to run into so many bugs and out-of-date documentation and just so annoying. However, I still do use Mailgun for like getting up and running quickly, and then just knowing that I can swap out to another provider when I want to actually focus on deliverability. Because that's a big thing that you're really paying for when you're picking a provider. Their ability to make sure that your email doesn't go into a spam folder. And that's why SendGrid and Postmark are really like the more recommended. I feel like I've heard people complain about Mailgun going into excuse me, going into spam folders fairly often. So yeah, I'd say Postmark or SendGrid, and I'm sure there's some others too. I don't remember their names right now. Oh, I mean, those days sucked too, right? You'd make it into people's spam folders way more often, unless you were daily reaching out to the spam list providers to get your name removed. So yeah, that gets super annoying. Even back then, it wasn't a good idea, right? Those days have been gone since like the early 2000s. even when I was trying, like, looking into it and trying to do it myself in like 2012, it still wasn't the best idea just because of deliverability. And there was a good article we read at one point about how email is one of those things where you basically need to be backed with a lot of money to actually do it right. And some people, I'm trying to remember, email gatekeepers, hold on, so email gatekeepers blog. Nah, that wasn't it. Yeah, I don't remember. There's a thing we saw from the news crawl at one point. Verification code thing on X to replace it? To replace what? I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. But yeah, if we look at what they're doing, they take a lot of this simple OpenTelemetry setup. They spin up a Jaeger, Zipkin, and Prometheus service for you in this Docker Compose. Oh, I gotcha. Sure. I personally don't like the idea of Elon having all that power, but whatever. I'd rather keep him out of my email. So let me look at my config. So we create this SDK, but I don't see where it's expecting to send the data, right? Like, we're not configuring a URL for it to hit. So how does it know where to send them? So yeah, let's try and look at this, the resource. Resource attributes. What actually makes it onto that? So that's not entirely useful. Yeah, you can tell they don't actually want you doing your own setup of this because they don't give you all the steps. Hmm. So as we look at their config, yeah, they do the instrumentation hook part in their instrumentation. Here, they just do the Vercel OTel part, which then does Next app, and they just call that good. My guess is that this goes out to Vercel's like URL somewhere, and they ship that out. I guess we need to look at the internals of this repo. But they don't directly link us to it. Hmm. Yeah, so we'd have to maybe look through their source code to see how they're consuming it. And I feel like I found the URL for it at one point and then totally lost it. Some pretty healthy adoption for like weekly downloads over the year it's been out. That's kind of cool. But yeah. Right. Okay, so Vercel GitHub. It's got to be inside of this repo somewhere, right? Hmm. I feel like it would have to be in this main repo. We're going to get a lot of irrelevant stuff. And it's not in this repo. Okay. We can search all of the Vercel org. So here's the examples. Interesting. All right. Let's look in here again and start just poking at it. If we look at packages. I don't see Otel directly. Nope. Yeah, I don't like the fact that it's hard to see where the source code for this thing is. Yeah, that is a major flaw to me. Could have sworn I found it somewhere. I just don't remember where now. Missing the intel on Otel. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, so internals is definitely not it. I doubt it's in utils. Nope. Let's try this. Nah, it's looking for like inside the code rather than just like file names. Which is not quite what I'm trying to do. Wait, there's a Go runtime on Vercel? I don't think I knew that. All right, well, let's look at this then, right? We see the Node SDK here. Oh, and interesting. So a lot of this config is actually something you find inside of the Vercel Otel package too. So they're actually like directly proxying this through. Yeah, so I'm not really seeing great examples of this. So one more thing we might be able to do. Right, highlight IO Next.js. SDK GitHub. Oh, I could have sworn I saw this somewhere too at one point. Ah, SDK. React, Remix, Rust, Next. There it is. So if we go look at some of the source code, let's look at server for now. Right, this is where they start looking at the runtime itself. Hey, YK. The ancient city of Wyke. Yeah, who'd you get rated by? Yeek. All right, we're gonna switch back to Ruby for the voice at least. I forgot about that part. Yeah, exactly. How's it going, Liam? Welcome. Leo and Cassidy. Ah, Cassidy's great. Nice. Yeah, I brought up the idea of like newsletters and stuff, and our CTO was like, "Oh yeah, there's one like great newsletter that you know, we should definitely like at least try and chat with them." And he was like, it was like Cassidy something or other. I was like, Cassidy Williams, like Cassidy? And he was like, yeah, that's it. So yeah, it's just, that's kind of cool. Small world. All right, there we go. Switched that up. But yeah, and Leo Stera, right? Awesome. Yeah, that's a good raid chain. For everyone joining, let me describe what we're doing today. We are basically doing discovery and like prototyping for a potential sponsored video for Highlight.io. They're an observability platform that is really like OpenTelemetry based. So what we're trying to do for this video is show like what would be the steps if you wanted to create your own OpenTelemetry wiring for Next.js. And the part that we are on right now, right, we've done a little bit of research on what is OTel, right? We need to actually turn it into like a blog and like, you know, proper outline for slides and stuff like that. But, you know, we'll go through what is OpenTelemetry, etc. in the video, right? And we finished just today the collector setup. So you spin up a thing called a collector, and that collector is what your service sends data to, right? So then you're scaling your collector specifically, and that ships data out to whatever provider or storage mechanism you might want for these things. So let's just say we wanted to use Grafana. Grafana gives us a Loki service for logs, a Tempo service for traces, and then Prometheus for metrics. And we tested out sending all those kind of things to Grafana and seeing them like in a graph and stuff like that, which is cool. But that was all doing just like mock stuff using telemetry gen. We have not yet wired up to the Next.js part of things and how that would work. So that's the part that we're currently doing. We're reading through the Vercel docs about that, which is pretty cool. But, and hold on, let me get to the top for you. Basically, we're missing a bit of like how to configure the URL for our collector for Next.js to send it, because their doc doesn't have that, which I think would be kind of nice. So yeah, we're doing a little bit of discovery, trying to figure out some of this stuff, and we are now currently digging through Highlight.io's custom SDK that does some of this wiring for Next. So yeah, pretty fun stuff. And what were you up to on your stream? I see founders come join us, chill co-working. Yeah, what were you up to? Was that preparing like a talk for your upcoming meetup still? Or did you do that meetup already? And I totally get it if you got to get going. Okay, a few things, cool. That's typically how like the raids happen, right? You had to end stream because you had to do something else anyway. Otherwise, you just stream all day. Or am I the only one like that? Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, just throwing it out there. So yeah, you were prepping for interviews, discussing startup ideas, and creating a new repo. Nice. What's the new repo? A privacy extension for streamers. Okay. Hides emails on the screen, etc. Pointed at a thing and then told you not to look at it. Nice. Nice. So when you say extension, then you mean like browser extension, right? Which sounds like a great idea. You could even make it do it with like IP addresses as well. Because that's another one you don't want to leak, right? Yeah, I like that idea. That's a good one. Yep. Yeah, totally. And those are like really like simple to kind of like do a regular expression for, which is cool. Oh, like you launched it and it's like, does it already work? Works for email addresses and Twitter DMs partially for now. Oh, cool. Yeah, so you've already launched it and it's going. Legit. Yeah, I'd say the IP address one would be really good. I mean, soft launch. Very soft launch. No worries. Yeah. Yeah, I have an extension I need to update before June. Because I'm still on Manifest v2. But yeah, technically, we can... might have to refresh. Yeah, I might have to refresh. It's got a bug in there. Technically, we can kind of judge the quality of a repo based upon a certain set of criteria, such as maybe the amount of stars or the README file existing. Some of these things aren't detected very well by the app anymore, so we got to figure that out. So when we do update it to Manifest v3, we'll probably also have to go through and do some bug fixes, right? Not sure why author is empty, right? Should totally have your name there, shouldn't it? So yeah, it's definitely failing to fetch some things. You can configure which ones you care about, like whether those matter. Most recent commit should have actually worked. Amount of contributors or commits, maybe not a problem. Sponsor section and releases section, maybe not a problem. And then bam. That improved the score a little bit. We should also like gray these out if we're not using them, or hide them if we're not using them. right? Like, or change the icon at the bare minimum. I'm thinking it's going to be like a sort and filter kind of thing. It's a little bit like roast by repo, but it's more about like if you're just trying to evaluate the health of a dependency you're trying to bring in. These are all the things I kind of check anyway when I'm looking at it. Like most importantly, the commit history kind of stuff. So yeah, you automatically fail if you don't have a license set though. Because yeah, if there is no like license giving me permission to use your code, I can't use your code. So yeah, it's basically just a quick pulse check of a repo in a way that, like, you know, it saves me some effort of having to, like, mentally crunch the numbers a bit. One thing you might check out, I'm guessing this is just, let's see. If I'm looking at how you're doing this, this is very much like a lightweight scaffolded thing. You might consider, oh, I'm going to forget the name of it now. I think it starts with a P. Browser Extension Framework. Plasmo is it. So if you wanted to release your extension out to Firefox, etc., you'd have some other things to do, right? Yeah, so I would say if you wanted to make this like broadly, you know, applicable and release it to Firefox, Plasmo would be a pretty cool way of doing that. So you already know. Never mind. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I used just some boilerplate for my project. Trying to remember if there's anything left over from it. I'm pretty sure I just used like a boilerplate instead, because Plasmo was like really new at the time. I think, yeah, it was probably by this same person. Oh, I was hoping for the repo. But yeah, I don't even know if it's up to date anymore. Web extension starter. Yeah. So when was this actually last fiddled with? 2 months ago, which is kind of cool, but it's really just a dependency update. What I don't see is where they call out manifest v2 versus manifest v3. And that would be whether this is still usable or not. But yeah, Plasmo is probably the way to go anyway. And thanks, Reju. Yeah, I like this music. It's good. But yep, you already know about Plasmo. So, not a big deal. But yeah, I like the idea. Yeah, really good extension idea. And then, yeah, what was some of the startup stuff you guys talked about? If you do !song, you can get a link. That is assuming that my bot is running, and it is not. One sec. There we go. Yeah, Synthwave is really good for that. Also really good for like nice long drives and things like that. Yep, no worries. So startup idea was StreamYard plus OBS plus Riverside. Ultimate streaming platform. I'm trying to remember, what is Riverside for? Is that like, isn't that a podcast thing or something? Yeah, podcasting. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Man, yeah, I just don't see where we would configure the collector URL. That's a big thing we gotta fix. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Liam and Fernando. Welcome. Okay, so over in utils might be some of the lower level code. Oh, interesting. So maybe that's it. pub.highlight.run. Yeah, no operation provided. GraphQL validation failed. I think that is their public collector. Octanus. That was a good one. That was a really good one. Yeah, that one was solid. Yeah, for everyone out there that's unaware, basically we have this thing that announces either a raider that raids us, someone who spends more than 100 bits, or subscribes or resubscribes. Or even if you gift a sub to someone, it'll imagine any of those people as a hero, right? Like a superhero. So yeah, we're using this service called vappy.ai to do so. It's pretty fun. So hold on, I want to see something like this. Yeah, thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it. Yeah, welcome everybody. Oh, I like that. Ensures that danger is always a second too late. Oh, that was good. Yeah, if you ever want the audio of it, just send me a message on Discord and I can download the WAV file and send it out to you. Yeah, that was good. That was nice. Yeah, have a great day there, YK. Yeah, that was a good one. And yeah, it cost me about, I don't know, they're saying 12 cents a minute. Let's try this one again. All right, so they're consistent. That was awesome. Yeah, that was a good one too. Yeah, Reiju, if you want to get that, just send it on over. Send me a message on Discord and I will get you. They're really on a time kick these days, huh? But yeah, that was a good one too. And thank you for the bits. Thank you for the subs. You guys are the best. Thank you. All right, so pouring a lemonade. It is fun. Yeah. I like it. Sometimes it gets hung up like this. I'm not sure what that is being caused by. So yeah, let me get it kicked off. Oh. Ooh. Aw. Thank you for the 37 bits. It has to be at least 100, though. Yeah, no, I thank you. Yeah, that's great. Appreciate you. And yeah, if you want any of those audio clips, just send me a message, and I will get it over to you. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, Hype Train. That was awesome. Ooh. Did you do this one on purpose there, Reiju? It was 969 bits total. I feel like that was intentional. But you didn't get yours read out loud. So let me try one more time. I'm going to ignore the 8s. See what they change about it. Let me try and refresh. I don't know why it did yours the first time and then didn't do it again. A DM, please. It's easier for me to track a DM. And it may end up as like a message request, but that's easy enough. So yeah, let me get yours downloaded real quick. Do you want all of them or just the most recent one? And hey, BDSL, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And you should be able to DM me. Right? At the bare minimum, it should show up as a message request, which should be good to go. All of them. All right, yeah, let me do this. 1 second. So Liam, I think this was number 3. I could have the count wrong, though. Here we go. So yeah, I think it was 3. Oh, whoa. 100 of these. We're going to be listening for a while, I think. It's probably going to break things. Dude, 100 subs? Crimson, thank you. That's crazy. That's huge. Oh, man. Yeah, whoa. This is going to go for a while. That was a good one. There was number 3. Here's number 2. I appreciate you. Yeah, no worries. If you ever do want to watch the VODs, you know, you've got your subs, so you can watch VODs that way. But there's also the YouTube channel with VODs as well. Yeah, exactly, X Factor. Yep. Yeah, call me Vought International at this point. Oh, yeah. This sound doesn't make it to YouTube? Are you sure? Oh. Okay, so, real quick, the music isn't making it there either, is it? Shit. Yeah, that was a bug. I don't know why.
Extend beyond simple invisibility, they can create fields of imperceptibility, making areas or objects undetectable to the naked eye, or even radar and thermal imaging.
Yeah, it was
originating from a reclusive scientist working on light refraction technology, Imblanky discovered their powers during a lab mishap that altered their molecular structure, granting them control over light and visibility. Driven by a desire to make a tangible difference in the world while staying under the radar, Imblanky uses their powers for stealth missions, secret surveillance, and protecting the innocent from the shadows. With a cool head and a clear mission, they are the unseen guardian of peace.
Sorry, okay. That should be better. We'll find out.
Introducing the tenacious Machias Boldanza. With the strength of a titan and the heart of a lion, they possess the power to control seismic forces, allowing them to summon earthquakes and manipulate the ground itself. They can create formidable barriers and cause tremors to deter their adversaries. The origin of Machias Boldanza's powers is deeply rooted in a mysterious event that took place at a historical battlefield, where they were struck by a strange energy emanating from beneath the Earth's surface. Embracing their role as the guardian of the ground, Machias Boldanza became a symbol of unshakable resolve and unwavering bravery.
Yeah, thank you, Liam.
All odds. They are a steadfast protector, always ready to rumble for justice.
Yeah, what's up, GG? How you doing? And yeah, BDSL, thank you for that follow. I appreciate you. I might have forgotten to say it, but a lot happened just now.
Introducing the
that 100 subs kind of broke my brain.
Coconut Slurpee. With the power to manipulate and freeze liquids, they can concoct an array of icy creations from defensive barriers to slick traps.
And yeah, have a good night, Liam.
They can generate chilling winds and snowstorms
at will, you're welcome
with the tropical
for the
twist
clips,
of summoning coconuts as projectiles or defensive armor. Coconut Slurpee's origin lies on a sun-soaked beach where they sipped an enchanted icy drink from a mysterious island vendor. Upon finishing the last drop, a surge of frosty energy flowed through them, bestowing upon them their frosty talents. Bearing the essence of both beachside
It'll be going a while, and that's awesome.
Coconut Slurpee strikes a balance between chill vibes and frosty heroism, vowing to keep their cool as they combat fiery villains and steamy situations.
Oh, I didn't? Okay, cool.
Evildoers in a state of frozen defeat.
Thank you.
Introducing the formidable intellect Devourer. A hero with the extraordinary ability to absorb knowledge instantly and understand complex systems.
Crimson broke everything, and it's awesome. I appreciate it.
They have the power to interface with any technology telepathically, decipher languages in seconds, and solve intricate puzzles and problems that stump even the most seasoned experts. Originating from a shy librarian who stumbled upon an ancient tome imbued with otherworldly wisdom, Intellect Devourer was born when they absorbed the entirety of the tome's knowledge in a single moment, forever transforming them. Now, leveraging their vast intellect and strategic prowess, Intellect Devourer is a mastermind in thwarting villainous plots, often outsmarting their adversaries before physical confrontation is even necessary. A hero of the mind, they stand as a beacon of intelligence and ingenuity in a world brimming with brute force.
So yeah, this is going to be going a while, and I'm here for it.
Introducing the stealthy and agile Tomcat. With the speed and reflexes of a feline, they have the ability to scale buildings, land on their feet from great heights, and possess enhanced night vision.
Read to the end of node modules. There you go, exactly.
The origin of Tomcat's powers began when they encountered a mystical feral cat in an ancient ruin that granted them the proportional agility and instincts of its species. Tomcat now prowls the urban jungle, leaping into action with cat-like precision. They have a strong sense of independence but always show up when needed, striking fear into the hearts of their enemies while staying elusive to those who try to catch them. Tomcat, the embodiment of cunning and finesse in the superhero world.
So the thing we're trying to do right now, the thing we're trying to find basically is...
Introducing the enigmatic Sage Code, master of digital wizardry and manipulation,
Like,
With
how do we
power to
pass
enter and
the
control digital
collector
realm, Sage code can
URL?
manipulate software, breach
I don't
any
see that
security, and
anywhere
control
yet.
digital information with just a
So we're
click.
trying to comb through that
Originating
to
from a
find
prodigious young hacker's exposure
where
to a
that
mystic
is.
algorithm hidden within the depths of
But
cyberspace.
maybe...
This algorithm awakened their latent abilities, transforming them into a beacon
we
of
just
digital
do
and
this?
mystical prowess. Sage code now stands as the guardian of the digital frontier, effortlessly blending
So
ancient
not
arcane
collector.
knowledge with modern technology to protect the world from cyber threats and malevolent AIs. A hero for the modern age, Sage code seamlessly wields the powers of the past and the future. Introducing the dynamic McLeod 96, a hero who commands the skies. With the ability to manipulate weather patterns, McLeod 96 can summon storms,
It's going
clear
pretty
skies,
good so
and create
far.
gusty winds at will. Their
We've
powers
had bugs
extend to
before,
flying
but
against the
yeah, this
clouds,
is pretty
channeling
smooth
lightning,
right
and
now.
harnessing the power of rain to rejuvenate or shield. The origin of their extraordinary abilities traces back to a mysterious encounter high atop an ancient storm-swept mountain. There, struck by a bolt of lightning imbued with magical energies, they emerged unscathed but forever changed. Now McLeod 96 soars above, a vigilant protector whose mastery over the elements safeguards the world below from harm, making them a true force of nature in the battle against evil. Introducing the enigmatic Prioncolars, a superhero with the unique ability to assess and manipulate the value of any object or situation. With a keen eye for detail and a brilliant mind for economics, Prioncolars can identify the most valuable item in any collection or turn seemingly worthless items into treasures with a mere touch. Their powers originated from a serendipitous discovery of an ancient coin which bestowed upon them the insight to see the true potential and worth in everything around them. Prioncolars now uses their extraordinary talent to fund their heroic deeds, support causes in need, and destabilize the ill-gotten gains of villains, turning greed against those with nefarious intentions. As a master of value, Prioncolars is a powerhouse in both the financial and superhero worlds. Introducing the techno-savvy hero, known as Command Value. With an unrivaled mastery over computers, Command Value can interface with any digital device, issuing commands that are instantly executed. They possess the unique power to bring the virtual world to life, materializing digital constructs in the real world to world. The origin of Command Value's abilities emerged from a freak lightning strike during a late-night coding session where they were jolted directly into cyberspace. Awaking with a newfound connection to technology, Command Value became the defender of data and the safeguard of the digital domain. Whether disrupting the plots of cybercriminals or battling rogue AIs, Command Value is always at the front line, ensuring the safety and security of the world's digital infrastructure with their strategic brilliance and coding prowess.
Alright, so yeah. I'm gonna make dinner and the game will still be shouting. Yeah. Or not game, but yeah, exactly.
Introducing the resilient hero.
I'm gonna be
Christian
gaming and
93.
it'll still be going. I get
Empowered
you,
with the
yeah.
ability to manipulate time within a certain radius, Christian 93 can slow down, speed up, or even reverse the flow of time for short moments, which gives them a significant tactical advantage.
Man, it really likes
Originating from
time
fierce
as a
archaeologists,
power in
they
these
discovered their
fruits
time-bending
today.
powers when they encountered a timeless relic on their 93rd expedition. Surviving a paradoxical time loop, they emerged with temporal fluidity. With their clock-manipulating abilities, Christian 93 battles foes and unknown anomalies not just for today, but for yesterday and tomorrow as well. They are a beacon of hope against the relentless march of time. Introducing the sonic sentinel known as Earholes McGee. They are endowed with superhuman auditory abilities, granting them the power to detect sounds from miles
That's a
away
good name.
and the precision to isolate individual
Earholes
frequencies.
McGee.
They can
Oh,
hear
I
danger
really like
coming
that.
before it arrives and can even emit highly focused sound waves as a form of attack or defense. The origin of Earholes McGee's powers unfolded when they were caught in the
Oh, it got cut off. Weak. Ah. Oh, I think it's broken now. It's totally broken now. It does still say it's going, though. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Damn, alright. So yeah, we got some fixes to make. I believe all we would need to do is start sending out, like, make it a specific call for each one. And yeah, sorry, Crimson. But yeah, there's definitely like a bit of a refactor I think we need to do. Yeah, thank you so much for the subs. That was awesome. That's huge. Like, that is massive. So pub.highlight really seems like the thing. Okay, let me try this then. Yeah. Yeah, we just see pub.highlight.run. So this is the Vercel setup. This just links us to that other part of this same page, which is a bummer. So here's the thing. What is this? Like, what is that even for? So, semantic conventions. Resource semantic conventions. Okay. Interesting to-dos. And hey, what's up, Alpha Beta Gabe? Let me do this. Yeah, whoever got gifted a sub, feel free and shout it out, and then I can just manually do the thing. I think that's a great idea. So yeah, GG1EU. Let's see if the bot can do that. Yep. We'll see if it does it automatically. I might have to reframe your name.
Thanks for the support. Imagining a hero for the username GG1EU, I would narrate the following. GG1EU, the Global Guardian, stands as the defender of unity and international cooperation. Their superpowers include the remarkable ability to understand and speak any language fluently, allowing them to bridge divides between nations. GG1EU can also teleport to any location with the thought of the coordinates, an ability they use to prevent conflicts and offer aid instantly. Originating from a mysterious cosmic event that united the digital networks of the entire world, GG1EU's consciousness was born from the first successful transmission of peace accords across the global grid. With an emblem of the Earth emblazoned on their chest, they work tirelessly to ensure the world's safety and harmony.
That was a good one. And yeah, Alpha Beta Gabe will do that one too, for sure. And real quick, BDSL, I missed your comment. So the highlight SDK doesn't need that part configurable. I was just trying to see how they kind of wire up to like the primitives, maybe.
They possess the power to manipulate and refine
but
energy
really,
at a molecular level,
the Vercel
to transmit materials,
needs
create force fields,
some
and
way
emit
to do
controlled blasts of dynamic power. Their origin begins in the enigmatic realm of the quantum labyrinth, where they were exposed to the raw elements of creation. There, Gabe was infused with understanding the alpha and beta states of all matter. With a keen intellect and a heroic heart, Alpha Beta Gabe now fights to maintain balance in the universe, always adapting with their environment to protect the innocent. As Alpha Beta Gabe, they are a symbol of endless potential and the transformative nature of knowledge, constantly evolving and mastering new forms of energy to combat the forces of chaos.
Ooh, that was a good one too. And yeah, real quick, let me catch up with chat now. So yeah, Space Case, you used Bisect today. I've never used Bisect. I think an important reason for that is I've typically been the person who greenfielded the entire application. At least in like any cases where I would have needed a Bisect. At my most recent job, I didn't do that, right? The one before this one. But I think the big thing is that I do a lot of like web applications where you don't care about versions. You don't care about releases, you know? Like you're pushing stuff out as quick as you can, right? Continuously released, continuously deployed. So because of that, I don't care where the bug came from. If I know how to fix it, I'll just fix it. It doesn't matter to me. And then if it's a regression, well, yeah, let's write a regression test. At that point, like, Bisect doesn't help me. Now, it might help me understand the actual bug, but it's like, yeah, it's not part of my debugging process. I don't actually care where it started or when. I'd rather just understand the nature of the bug instead. No, so that makes some sense there, Space Case, right? And I haven't worked on teams that big. I think that's a big point. Yeah, in order to find out how to fix it, the Alpha Beta Gabe part? Yeah, sorry about if the bot did something gender-wise. We have it in the prompt to refer to people as they, but yeah. Sorry about that if it was off there. Yeah, I understand that, but that's if the bug is a regression, then you know you can do that. But I guess the key is like identifying that it is a regression in the first place. And then, I don't know, like if you understand the bug enough, you're probably good. But yeah, again, I haven't worked on teams that big. Typically on my teams, I've never worked on a team bigger than 5 people doing the front end. Right? Very startup-y focused kind of stuff. So very large enterprise is just not a thing. Like even when I worked for that insurance company, we were basically a startup within the insurance company. When I worked at the the dev agency that I used to work for. Yeah, the most projects we worked on weren't other people's things. It was, yeah, let's spin this thing up from scratch. So greenfield. So in a lot of those cases, yeah, bisect just wouldn't help me. There are times where maybe working with a junior who isn't diligent about doing their merge conflicts blows away changes I made. That is super annoying. I don't know if bisect is really that important. I can just, you know, first time it happens, I know to just really like scrutinize anything that dev does that has a merge conflict resolution in it. Which is why I really like seeing a merge commit. Because I know that's the first place I should probably look if someone's changes got blown away, right? So yeah, I really don't like rebase because it ruins a whole bunch of my ability to do this like investigative kind of thing. And yeah, maybe bisect could help or something, but I don't know. Yeah, I guess I haven't worked on anything complicated enough for that to be valid. So I really need to like understand your guys' use case and space case. I'd love to maybe like just do like a, I don't know what to call it, like a user interview kind of thing. Because Git bisect is incredibly relevant to the company I work for now, right? It's a part of the workflow that I have no experience with, even as a developer. So I really need someone else's insights. Right? They hired me because I'm a developer and I can like make content that, you know, dives technically into things and, you know, all that. But yeah, doesn't mean I've done everything. Useful in mono repos? Yeah, and I could see that, right? But again, most mono repos I've ever dealt with are greenfield as well. So I just know where things are in the repo. Right, like Vexilla. I don't think I would benefit much from bisecting Vexilla. I'd just fix the bug, you know? Maybe once it gets bigger, sure. Does Gitkraken help with some of that with bisect? I think Gitkraken would have more of like a visual way of understanding your commit history, etc., rather than sticking in the command line. Space case, have you used Gitkraken, right, like the desktop, for that? I'm pretty sure I remember you saying you have used Gitkraken and all that. Is Gitkraken a tool that you're using to facilitate any of that, right? Like the bisect and some of those other things. So you used Gitkraken today to choose the commits to check out, right? Like the commit log and, you know, some of those things. It's amazing, well worth the money. Yeah, I think, you know, I got to be careful. I can't say too much about what the plans are for specific things, but in general, Gitkraken is trying to like unify all the tools together into what is basically a platform, right? And it's going from a tool for Git to more like tools for collaboration and things like that, right? Like the Git part is part of like the DNA, but I think the push is really about like collaboration type stuff. So we're building out a whole bunch of cloud-based features that, you know, are meant for like teams to work together better, which is kind of cool. So yeah, thanks, Digital Drummer. Yeah, I work at Gitkraken now, and part of my job is really like understanding how people use it, what it's useful for, what we could do better, things like that. Oh, and I see what you mean. Yeah, you were talking about like your name is basically like related to like the people that call themselves alphas or betas, and who technically cares? But yeah. Sigma, like all those things. Yeah, I think satirizing those things is the way to do it because they're basically BS. You missed Gitkraken boards. What were Gitkraken boards? I'm curious about that. Because that's a product I haven't even heard anyone mention, right? So, yeah, I'm really curious about that now. Yeah, I started just, 2 weeks ago, basically. Right? Like, just, not last Monday, but the Monday before. So I work at Gitkraken as a developer advocate now, and part of my job is really, product focused. So, yeah, any feedback or anything, I probably need to create, a good forum. Oh, I got you, Space Case. So that actually sounds a lot like Focus View. Yeah, I would say double check and look into Focus View and see if that is what you're looking for. Right? You can look at PRs. Yeah, I know they sunset that part. Sure. But I'm just wondering if Focus View actually brings it back into your scope that you're looking for. So if you haven't used Focus View, I would say give it a shot and let me know, what could be better about it. A work in progress limit? What do you mean by limit? Work in progress is definitely part of it. I wouldn't say the same, Space Case. Nah, instead, I'd say just try and dig into the Focus View a bit. I think it does involve basically setting up a workspace or whatever. So there is a bit of cloud stuff. So if you don't necessarily have permissions to wire that up, I could see how that would be a bummer. Haven't heard of Focus View? Yeah, it's all over really. It's not gonna matter as much for what I do, but let me do something here real quick. Okay, so that's an old one. We deactivated those anyway, so I'm not worried about that part. Nice. Good job, me. I knew I deactivated those for a reason. Whew. But let me do this. Because Focus View exists in GitLens as well. It's one of those unifying features that works, it's for everything. Even the CLI has a version of that. So by limit, you just mean something you can configure on the board, a max number of items you're allowed to have on one column. Ooh, okay. So keep in mind though, BDSL, we don't have a Kanban board anymore. So Focus View is not that. So if I click into focus over here, wait, really? No, I get it. The Kanban board is what you want, but I would still say check out the focus view. The whole goal of focus view is so you don't have to leave your editor, right? So maybe chill out on trying to judge what it is without actually looking at it. Now this part's odd. Oh, wrong editor. Air brakes. Here it is. Focus, clients. Oh, and I need to do this part. Oops.
Give him an enema.
Yeah. I'd say give it a shot. It might be exactly what you need. Or it might be really close. All right, let me find this thing. And if it isn't even close, then, yeah, I think there's something to consider there. Yeah, exactly. Right, so it's not a Kanban board. It is a way of grouping together your relevant issues, PRs, works in progress, which are basically just like local working tree changes, right? Here we go. This is, right, all the issues created in my Vexilla repo, right? I don't have any PRs hanging, so we're good there. Right? You can snooze them, you can pin them, things like that. It's kind of cool, right? And then this is really like, I don't know. I guess for PRs, it would be slightly different. Yeah, so it might not do what you're trying to do. But, again, it's about not having to context switch nearly as much, which is really what I think you were looking for, right? It might not be exactly what you're wanting, right? But open issue on remote, right? We at least give you that kind of link. If I create a PR, I'm not sure what all I can do with it yet, because I'm brand new to this feature as well. And they are working on like more and more for it. So I don't know, at least being able to get some of your like Jira style whatever in your editor, huge. Now this is really focused on GitHub at the moment. So instead, like maybe there isn't a good Jira wiring for this yet, but that is one of the big pushes that we're trying to make that I don't know if I can say too much more about. But the goal is to get more like Jira wiring into the GitLens interface. Of all notifications right in the editor? So what do you mean by that part? Just so I can understand it better. And yeah, I really need to like create a PR, right? Just to like fiddle with this. That's literally what this is. Focus view is that. These are all the issues from GitHub. Right, we can comment, or we can see the comments. I guess we can't thumbs up it. I think there's more like interactivity coming down the pipeline. Another interesting thing is oh. Source zishrc. Let's just do that real quick. PRs get in there too. Yep. I don't know about the replying to your feedback part. That's why I want to go create a PR. But I don't know if you were looking, there is a tab for PRs. We just don't have any active PRs on Vexilla. No, because I think that's the big problem, right? Like, surfacing notifications like that is really not that useful. Instead, just having one view you can switch to that has these things sorted by the date they were created is probably all you need. But yes, the big problem with using the VS Code notification system is the moment a user is sick of it and they disable notifications for your extension, that's it. You don't get any more notifications, really. As far as GitLens, it's in preview right now, but it'll probably eventually move to a paid version. Right, or part of like the paid version. Right now it's in preview, so you actually get a lot of good access to it. But yeah. And again, I gotta be careful about what I say. I don't think that is giving anything away, or, you know. But yeah, I gotta be a little careful about like internal stuff that hasn't been externalized yet. I don't think that's a problem saying that though. Yeah, so hold on. GK focus. Yes, I want to open it. I might have to log in. Here we go. Right, so loading focus view, PRs and issues, right? And this is a charm based tool, which is pretty awesome. I'm not sure what these icons are though. That's interesting to me. They're probably just ligatures that I don't have, but I don't know. That's actually curious. Yeah, exactly, Space Case. If you're a terminal user, you can use it here, right? And you can see pull requests. And these look like they've been merged already. Oh, no. I think these are for different repos. Yeah, these are for totally different repos. So that's a little trickier. This is the GitKraken CLI. Yep. So this is all of the repos that I have associated with me, PRs that I am involved in. Right, so then we can get a little more data. I think my zoom is messing things up a bit. That's my fault. Not sure how I'd fix that. Definitely on my end. So yeah, right? Like we can see all the issues I'm tagged in, right? We can see work in progress. Yeah, so again, this is still a massive work in progress, right? They're proving out this idea. I recently made a reference that I think we should actually expose a lot of the functionality in here, right? Besides like the rendering portion of things, but the data fetching and maybe massaging of the like the data into specific like formats, etc., would be really useful as just an SDK, so you can get this kind of stuff right there in Emacs or right there in Vim or something. I think that would be really cool. So yeah, I'm missing some ligatures, which is annoying. So yeah, I gotta figure that out. But yeah, right? So this is focus view, and our goal is to have it everywhere, right? Our goal is to have it in the terminal. Our goal is to have it in GitKraken. Our goal is to have it in GitLens in your editor, and then probably more things that I can't say yet, but there are plans for other editors and other IDEs and things like that, which is cool. Right? It's meant to be more of like a developer platform rather than just a specific application. at this point, which I think is a really good idea. So yeah, today you learned GitKraken has a TIG. Right? That's like a terminal interface for Git or something like that. I have not heard of TIG. Maybe they're X Factor, maybe. If done right, I think we could support a whole bunch of stuff pretty easy. I know it's Git backwards, but I think technically it also probably stands for Terminal Interface for Git or something like that, right? Or TUI interface for Git or something, right? It's not just Git backwards, it also probably stands for something. Now they may have just done, hey, let's do Git backwards. What can we make it stand for? Or like, you know, what can the letters be now? Yeah. Acronyms are fun that way. One of my favorite games is trying to guess what an acronym or an initialism actually stands for. I really enjoy that part. But yeah, so I would say, really, check out Focus View. GitLens is one great way to do it. I feel like the client has the most up-to-date version, or like the most feature-complete version. Not complete, but like feature-full, I guess. And then another thing to remember is that gitkraken.dev is actually aiming to be, right? Boom, right? We can do a focus view at gitkraken.dev. And hey, pretty cool, right? This is all the issues, all the pull requests that are related to just any repo I'm a part of. Eventually, we can scope it to a specific workspace, such as Vexilla. So yeah, pretty cool. So if you are, I forget who it was that mentioned it, but was it UX Factor where you were like, yes, I need all of this stuff to go into my mobile device, right? Was that you? Someone mentioned that, and I'm forgetting who now, and I feel bad about that. But basically, if you need a mobile responsive thing, then yeah, gitkraken.dev is actually aiming for a mobile responsiveness. So if you need any of these things from GitKraken client or GitLens or the CLI, but you need it on your mobile device, gitkraken.dev is probably going to be the place that you go to for that. On the phone when you call your company. I mean, why not? Hell yeah, why not, BDSL? Everywhere, right? I forget the exact phrase, but basically GitKraken wants to be wherever developers want to be. Rather than forcing you into a new workflow, we want to actually force ourselves into your workflow. And not forcefully, but like, you know, we want to adapt to where you guys are. Theoretically. Yeah, you can go by if it's assigned to me or not, right? Created by me or not. So you can get some like really good filtering too. Actions, right? Open in VS Code, the client, VS Code insiders. Oh no, yeah, unassigned, waiting for review. This is a really, really cool feature. I think Focus View is going to be one of those things that becomes incredibly useful, but how do we like educate people on the fact that it even exists? BDSL? That sounds really passive-aggressive. Oh, you're planning on calling in sick today. Here's all the things we won't be able to do without you. I don't know, right? That sounds brutal. I don't know about that one. I just don't know about that one. But yeah. So now that we've kind of shown this a bit more, does this kind of work for what you were looking for there, Space Case? I would really say, like, fiddle with it when you get a chance and let me know what you think. But, you know, at least we did a bit of a deep dive. And as far as what we support for where your issues come from, yeah. Jira Cloud, Jira Server, I think that's like self-hosted, right? GitLab, GitHub, we can do self-hosted for those. Azure DevOps, Trello. All you gotta do is wire up the connection for it. Okay, cool. Yeah, this might be actually the most full-featured version because it's the web client, right? Like, just like we were talking about earlier, there's no versioning or releases for a web app. You just ship the feature when it's done, you know? Or as you increment on it, etc. So I think, you know, eventually, if you want to get the latest and greatest features, they might actually be here on getkraken.dev first. Yeah, awesome. I would say even more so. If you want to have a conversation about this stuff, that'd be great. Two-factor auth for login. Ooh. Yeah, let me see about like where I would even leave that feedback. Let me just put this in a message to myself. That is really good feedback. Wait, I'm not even the only Chris G at our company. Holy shit, that's gonna be confusing. Oh. I'm one of 4 Chris's at the company. There's already another Chris G, which is just typical. Yeah, exactly. I'm almost positive that's what they meant. Physical Kanban board via webcam. Ooh, there you go. I mean, to me, that sounds like a good startup idea. You would definitely need AI and computer vision for it. But how many times do people, like, you know, you do the Kanban board thing in person in the office, you're putting sticky notes up, right? That's the actual process. And then someone has to transfer those things to, like, a digital Kanban board at that point. You build out a service that does that, ooh, buddy. I think you really got something. So yeah, right? YK was talking about startup ideas. That's not a bad startup idea. Right? Happens for some companies every sprint. That project manager probably spends a good hour creating actual, like, tasks and takeaways from it. That could be a thing. Yeah. That could really be a thing. An hour of a PM's time once every 2 weeks on average. Measured across your organization, how much would you pay for a service like that per seat? If you're paying your PM, let's just throw out a number like $100K a year, you're probably going to be paying leadership or management roles like that more, depending on the company. But even then, let's just say $100K a year for a PM. That means their time is worth $50 an hour. So at that point, if you're saving them $100 worth of value per year, or not per year, sorry, per month, you could easily charge $20 per seat. For large enterprise organizations, yeah, you could have yourself a pretty good Yeah, pretty good value. I don't know. I'm curious how many companies actually still do the physical Kanban board. That would really be like the thing to judge this against. How many companies do the physical retrospective, right? If you're doing it for planning and Kanban stuff, what about the retrospective, which happens every sprint as well? Never since then, though? Yeah. But I'd say, like, the physical retrospective thing for in-office companies could be worthwhile. I don't know. Yeah. It probably wouldn't be like a unicorn until you get a good pivot or like a good set of like vertical integration of other mini products like that. But you're already looking at solving, I don't know, let's just say 3 hours of a PM's time per month, which is easily equatable to, you know, like $150 a month of just wasted time. It would still take some time to do the other parts, right? But if you could get them a head start, that could be worth it. I don't know. Not a bad idea. But yeah, as like the world becomes more digital, it probably becomes less valuable too. So I don't know. Something to think about. Depends on how good you are with AI and computer vision. If you think you could hammer this out in a weekend, you've got yourself like a good, easily bootstrappable startup that could probably even get investment. Yeah, good thought. And I really mean just like MVP. Yeah, I'm gonna throw it in the Trello board, but anyone feel free to take it. I don't care. And a big part of it might be eventually just launching your own Trello-like Kanban board as part of the vertical, right? So yeah, right, you might start out doing the computer vision process and proxying to other people's services, and then eventually you start offering your own project management tool. But I could see this as being like the initial, you know, out the gate profitability, because who wants to, like, you know, who needs a new project management tool? Keep in mind, there are some. Robotichead, if you're out there. Near Beach. Near Beach could benefit from something like this. But again, you'd have to be like good enough with computer vision and AI to actually make it work. But yeah, no, that was good. I like that. And yeah, Space Case. Just one more thing before I just really forget. and, you know, I just want to, like, you know, like, put a bow on this one at this point, is, yeah, let's set aside some time to actually just chat. And if you're okay with it, let me record it just as something I bring as, like, a, you know, like a case study or user interview. As far as, like, what you're using, how you use GitKraken, etc. You know, what you feel might be missing, especially after your focus view, like, dive. Because I think that'd be valuable. So, totally up to you. No stress. But yeah, I'd be really curious about that. And it would be me doing my job, which just sounds awesome, doesn't it? Further justifying the value of me streaming. Yeah, so I want to give you maybe like a week or so to, I mean, maybe not even a full week, but just when you think you have a good handle on focus view, how it works for you, and what could be better about it. We could definitely do a call before then, just about like how you do bisect and, you know, how the product is working for those parts, but I'd love to get like all of it wrapped up. That'd be cool. And yeah, I could even, I should really set aside time specifically for like scheduling. Yeah, scheduling calls like this. So I sign up for cal.com to start scheduling user interviews and case studies. Yeah, I want to do that with my official like work email and all that. That way I can integrate it with the calendar, and I do need to maybe like start mixing my calendars a little bit, just so I don't accidentally overlap meetings or anything like that. But for now, I'll just do it for work stuff. I should probably ask for permission to do that, but I think we'll be good. And in fact, let me just send that over here. All right, cool. Outlook app on mobile, keeping track of meetings across calendars. Yeah, I think I can do it with even like the Apple calendar. I just want to make sure I'm not like mixing my Google calendars together that way. But as far as my phone is concerned, that'd be fine. But yeah, cool. Anyway, we got majorly like sidetracked there, and I'm here for it. That was great. This is totally justifying the value. So yeah, that's awesome. I knew they hired me for a reason. All right, so... Oh, and someone asked a good question about this earlier. No, and I think I addressed it. And it was BDSL that asked. So basically, we're trying to figure out where I pass my collector URL for this Next.js integration. And I'm not seeing that yet. We've done all the wiring we can for instrumentation.ts. We've done it for, right, the node file, right? Boom. I just don't see where some URL config would sit. And it seems to me like it would be a resource. But resource seems pretty generic. A resource describes the entity for which a signals, metrics, or trait. Man, this is written very poorly. Oh man, that is rough. For which a signals are collected. So let's go look at the Node SDK docs, I think, right? So OpenTelemetry Node SDK. See if they give us a direct link. They do. Here's the repo. So let's look at their docs here. Sure. Right, basic application. Listening for requests, this is just their basic HTTP server. How do they start instrumenting these things? So I wonder if it's an exporter thing. So the trace exporter, console span exporter. We see that in OpenTelemetry SDK metrics. Oh, and let me do this too. On Android, got it. Yeah, so I'm on iPhone. I'm pretty sure the calendar app on iPhone would do just as well. Ooh. What does emeriti mean? Is that like basically alumni? An honorary title. Okay. Emeritus. Okay, I've seen emeritus. I've never seen the plural. Oh, fun. There you go, four wheel. Native iOS, Google, and then, oh, Hebrew calendar. Oh, cool. I'm curious about that one. Like, is there no easy way of just wiring that up to the existing calendars? Like, there's no just drop in, like, the various dates and stuff? Yeah, I thought iOS and even, like, Android would probably have something you could do with that, but I don't know. Huh. Yeah, that seems like something that should have been solved ages ago. Right, like a Chinese calendar would be useful, right? For the various holidays they celebrate. Interesting, yeah. How is that not a solved problem? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. So what I'm wondering now is, how do we set the collector URL for this? So SDK trace base. What you gonna do with all that base? Damn it. They all link out to the same repo. I thought I was clicking different links. Ooh, yeah. So I've used patch package before, and it's fine. Now, like, no matter what, there has to be a way to configure this. I'm just surprised that it's not part of anyone's documentation. That's the part that's actually blowing my mind a bit. You missed any follow-up. Yeah, 1 second, for Will. Let me double check. Yeah, what we were saying is basically, we're surprised that there's no, like, iOS calendar or Google calendar support for just doing the Hebrew calendar stuff, right? Like, why do you end up needing a second or a third calendar at that point? That seems odd to me, at least. Because it does really seem like that would be a solved problem for any calendar provider. So yeah, we're just curious about that. So we see trace base, whereas trace node is where, like, the automatic stuff happens. So let's look at this. For basic functions, there is. So I guess what I was getting at, when you say Hebrew calendar, yeah, I guess that's what BDSL is getting at too. Is that actually a different thing than the Gregorian calendar or whatever? Are we even on Gregorian right now? I can't remember. There's a bunch of, like, older calendar systems, right? Where basically, like, they have a different mentality of how long a year is and how, you know, how many months there are and things like that. Is that what you mean by Hebrew calendar? Gregorian is the one? Okay. Julian is the old one I'm thinking of, which is like the Julius Caesar calendar or whatever, right? I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, Julian is like super old. So yeah, before the time of Pope Gregory. Gotcha. Proleptic. Oh, that's an interesting term. Okay. When I hear proleptic, my brain immediately jumps to prolapsed and then conjures a gnarly mental image. It is different. It's lunar based. Oh, okay. So the Hebrew calendar is literally a different calendar system. So you wouldn't necessarily want to, like, map that to the Gregorian calendar. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'd never even heard of that. Okay. Yeah, okay. That makes some more sense. I'm curious why you use that. Like, what is it directly relevant for? that doesn't map to like the standard calendar? Is it like a Passover thing or something? Yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious. Like, theoretically, I could see it. Where, yeah, if you want to be, like, directly relevant to, like, the time zone at, like, Jerusalem or whatever, right? And then when you start your Passover based on that, I could see that being useful. I don't know. I'm not sure. I used to live in New Jersey, so I, you know, as someone who is not Jewish, I used to love having those holidays off. Right? Yom Kippur and all that stuff? Yeah, I'll take whatever holidays you give me. Like, for sure. Moving out here to Washington, we don't have those anymore. Yeah, Nori Space Case. Yep. Yeah, looking forward to chatting soon. Let me know what you think about Focus View. I'm really curious about if that solves the problem that you had with the boards being retired. And I might even try and think about like writing some content based around that user perspective. Hey, do you remember Kanban boards? Do you miss the fact that we don't support it anymore? Well, maybe you should check out Focus View. And yeah, which is why I'd really love to see what your path of making it useful actually becomes. So like how you adapt to a workflow using it compared to how you had that workflow previously. Yeah, I got so many questions. So, yep. Halachically. That's a fun word. Does that have anything to do with the word halal? Or is it different? I guess halal's a Muslim term, right? Whereas like kosher is the Jewish term for basically like the dietary restrictions and stuff. So it's probably not that related. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious about this stuff. Halal means permissible. Oh, okay. So it is related to that then. Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's not related to the Hebrew term. Okay, so that comes from to walk. Okay. So halal means permissible for like the Muslim context, right? Whereas kosher means permissible. Oh, kosher is the same for both? Oh, really? Okay, so kosher refers directly to food, right? Whereas halal is more about anything that would be permissible. I think just, you know, here in America, using the term kosher has been maybe like broadly applied to things that are not food related, but the original definition is food related. Oh, wine could be kosher, but it's not halal, right? Okay. Milk and meat combined is not kosher, but oh, all right. So there's like a Venn diagram there. Ah, got it. Okay. That makes more sense. Cool. Okay. How do I configure the collector URL for my OpenTelemetry Node SDK? I mean, we don't want to do too many comparisons, but I think that's fine. Yeah, no stress on that. Oh. Okay. Did I switch keyboards? No, I'm still on the same one I've had for a bit. Is it louder than normal? I think over on YouTube it's louder because I don't have the same like noise gate and stuff set up. But now it's the same keyboard I've had for the past few months. Since the last time some jerk spilled some beverage on my keyboard. If I ever catch that dude, he and I are gonna have some words. Somehow you'd never see him and I in the same room at the same time though. It's weird. Oh, there was a slight spill the other day. A slight spill. Ah, so you're watching on YouTube, chatting on Twitch, which is totally fine. I do plan on, you know, being responsive to chat over there too. If that doxes you though, I totally get it. If you're on mobile, I totally get it as well. But yeah, on YouTube, you're gonna hear the keyboard more. I might be able to configure that better, but I'll have to think about it. So I guess it's up to you. Do you prefer, like, right? Hey, if you want ASMR mode, you head to YouTube. If you don't like the sound of keyboards clacking on stream, stay on Twitch. Just want to keep your streak alive, right? Yeah, you're just here so you don't get fined. I get it. So what are we making, by the way? You know Next.js, but you've never heard of OpenTelemetry. OpenTelemetry is basically like provider agnostic ways of sending telemetry to providers, right? And collecting telemetry and all that. Like, just think about if you wanted to switch from Datadog to New Relic. It would involve a lot of work on your end to make sure you're wiring things up in the same way, because they all do different things, right? So that wiring would be different. How they, how you register things. So instead, OpenTelemetry is maybe trying to solve the core problems, right? Every provider is going to have their own stuff they add on top as a feature add, but being able to have like a lot of the same wiring is pretty good. Allegedly, the Datadog implementation of OpenTelemetry stops it being provider agnostic. So, I mean, there is room for providers to have their own metadata that is not part of the OpenTelemetry spec, right? So that's actually the feature add or the value add that other providers have. In a similar way, Highlight.io, their bread and butter and their main value add is being able to do a session replay, tying your front end to your back end and getting like all of like the issues around that related to a session for that user. Like a span basically, but it will also include how the user got there and almost like a visual of how they got to whatever broke. So yeah, like providers are expected to do their own value adds on top of OpenTelemetry. The key is that your ability to do these things should be somewhat less effort, because they establish what a collector is and what an exporter is and how these things kind of wire up. OpenTelemetry becomes way more important for things like Kubernetes and microservices, and just, you want to wire up to Prometheus or Loki or Tempo or a bunch of like just things that are the data storage that you can then query from a provider like Grafana or Datadog or whatever, right? Now, Datadog wants to be the storage mechanism as well, whereas instead, with OpenTelemetry, you can glue stuff together and not use the entire kitchen sink from Datadog. You might really like their UI for querying things, but I believe you could actually wire up connectors into Datadog to grab your data from wherever, right? Such as Prometheus, etc. So keep in mind, it's not meant to be 100% of things. But if all these things are building their own very, very custom base level things, then the ability to interop between them is way worse. So the goal of OpenTelemetry is really to solve like the base case. In my understanding of it, we should probably double check and read about it. If you're curious about OpenTelemetry, I mean, their docs are probably going to say it better than I can. I just need to figure out good ways of like summarizing what they're saying. So yeah, right? Traces, metrics, and logs, those are like the core things. And as long as your collector is collecting these in a specific way, then you're good to go. My VS Code theme should be Synthwave 84. Yeah, I let chat vote on it at one point, and they picked Monokai, which is basically the Sublime Text theme. And I actually care so little about my theme that I just haven't changed it. Like, chat voted on it when there was maybe like 15 people here, and it was my first like year of streaming. So 5.5, maybe 6 years ago or whatever is when that decision was made, and I just really don't care enough. I don't care at all. If it was up to me, I'd be using Solarized Light, right? Get that legal pad yellow. Ooh, I love that legal pad yellow. But again, right, because this is a stream, I want to make sure that I'm using an editor that y'all are willing to look at too. So yeah, we use Monokai. It's fine. It's a theme. It does what it needs. Technically, hold up, there is the GitKraken theme. It's not even an official GitKraken theme, right? Someone else made it, but it does look pretty good. right? Like using like the branding colors and all that. It's actually not bad. Notepad++ stream? Yeah, we'll see. I'll do all my editing in Nano at some point. How about that? Yeah, I'll install it. Sure. Hey, there it is. Let's look at a file. That is a lot of purple. We could do it. I'll probably just switch back to Monokai. So, Twofuls, there is a big thing about, like, your eyes benefit the most from, like, low contrast. What your brother's optician probably should have said is he also needs to not code in a dark room, right? Nice bright lights in the room. Another big important part is a thing called bias lighting. Even if you are in a slightly dark room, what you want is the lighting behind your monitor to not be such a stark contrast between like your monitor and darkness, right? So even if you're in a dark room, you should probably establish bias lighting. And there was a good article about it. I mean, I guess this is fine. Bright rooms sit far from the screen. Yeah, I'm way beyond arm's reach. I'm like 3, maybe 4 feet away from my screen, which is why I also zoom in quite a bit. Yeah, you don't need to buy some crazy light system. Just, yeah, grab some lights, point them at the wall behind you. Like, behind your monitor. Good to go. Editing in Nano does sound painful. I agree. And then X Factor. This is not for Vexilla. Eventually, I think there could be a good OpenTelemetry plugin for Vexilla at some point, right? To send traces, or not traces, maybe logs. I'm not sure what would make the most sense, but just some kind of event of like, hey, your user did this and these were the flags that were on. And if you're seeing a bunch of errors, that can help you like trace what was going on. That'd be really useful, I think. So yeah, I think there could be a good wiring of OpenTelemetry data into the SDKs, but that's way down the road. The thing we're doing is basically for some eventual sponsored content for Highlight.io. Yeah. So Highlight.io, we're planning to make a video for their YouTube channel, planning on making a blog post about it too, right? All this stuff. And there's even like subsequent videos they want to do as well. For the most part, they're one of the companies that I was considering and that was considering me for developer advocacy or dev relations or whatever, right? I took this Get Kraken job instead, and I still like want to maintain a good relationship, and I like the idea of building out some content. So this is more some like contracted content for Highlight.io. No, I've not tried Odin. Odin's one of those like full stack languages, right? Where it even does like infrastructure within Odin as well. I can't remember if it does the infrastructure thing, but it is like one of those like full stacky kind of languages, right? And I could have it mixed up with another thing. I don't remember what though. But yeah, my goal is to be able to do contract content like this. I keep forgetting to double check with my immediate boss if this stuff's okay. I should definitely do that. So yeah, I'm gonna try and remember that tomorrow. But the CEO was totally down for it. That was part of my interview process. Like, hey, is there a problem if I do like contract content creation? And like the CEO was really down to earth with it, saying like, yeah, it's not a problem with me, but it's gonna be up to your manager, in my opinion, right? And he gave that. It's like, it's still my manager's decision. In his opinion, basically, it helps build my brand. And the bigger my brand gets, the more beneficial I am as a developer advocate for GitKraken as well. So I really, really appreciated that that understanding and insight from the CEO. Like, very smart dude. Very cool. No, and I wasn't meaning like SaaS or enterprise. I meant like just full stack, right? Like you end up writing your front end and back end code in the same language, but it wires up to like JavaScripty kind of things for interaction. But I guess if Odin is a general purpose language, I'm thinking of something totally different. I do think it starts with an O, but I don't remember what it is. But real quick, let me go use the restroom. No, not OCaml. Real quick, before I go use the restroom. Full stack specific languages. Hit the OpenTelemetry folks up. I mean, they're a foundation. I would not expect them to actually have any money to throw towards sponsored content. I'm not sure. I mean, I can try. But yeah, they're like a foundation. So how much money do they even have? I don't know. Whereas businesses making money off this, yeah, like for sure. But new? List of programming languages. We might find it in here. I feel like it starts with an O, but I could be totally wrong. Opal. Oh, is it Opal? Functional language. No, probably not Opal. Let's start from the beginning. Oak. Probably not. Is it OPA? Yes, it was OPA. Right, like client or server stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so there's a couple that fall into like the OPA category of languages. I'm not even sure this is the actual one I was thinking of. I think it's more like OPA, like the Italian for like, like, hey, celebration. Nah, I think it's more like OPA, like the Italian. What does OPA mean in Italy? No, that's not it. OPA, an expression. Frequently used during celebrations such as weddings or traditional dancing. In Greek culture, the expression sometimes accompanies the act of plate smashing. OPA! Yeah, I've heard that, for sure. Right? So yeah, I think that's really the reference that Opa Lang was going for. But yeah, anyone else remember any other languages that aim for the same thing? Where you're gonna define your page, the actions for that page, and all those things? Is Opa still being updated? Probably not. I have no idea. I just remember reading about it at some point, and I know that there's a couple that try and do the same thing. I don't like the idea of it, personally. I wouldn't do it. But I'd rather have it exist than not. No. So what we're getting at there, Alden, is that this is you writing OPA code for, like, interactions. So if you look at what's going on here, this is your page where you spit out a template, and your action for that template is tied, like, directly defined right here. With Rails, I mean, maybe modern versions of Rails do that? I don't know. But my vision of Rails is that it's just a multi-page application where you're not doing any of this direct wiring. So this right here is going to generate the JavaScript for you to wire these things up. You could do the same thing with Live View in Elixir. You can do the same thing with, I think there's some Laravel version of it, right? So Darklang and Winglang are actually separate, I think. I thought Darklang was more about infrastructure, but maybe Darklang is meant to be like all of it. Doesn't PHP work the same way? No, PHP is not going to wire up any of that front-end logic. PHP is purely back-end. Anything on the front end you want to do needs to communicate with the back end in some way. Now, you can wire up forms and multi-page application architectures that way, but that's not what we're talking about. With OPA, this is actually a single-page application, or at least like some of the functionality with it would feel like a single-page application. So this is more about wiring up JavaScript for some of these things without you having to write JavaScript. There are PHP frameworks that aim for this. I believe Laravel can do it in some minor fashion, right? Live View for Elixir and Phoenix can do it. So Alden, you're missing it. That's like the bare minimum. That's not actually wiring up client-side functionality. You can submit a form from HTML. That's just standard HTML. But this is more about like actually wiring up the JavaScript for you for dynamic things. And forms are less dynamic than the JavaScript that would do some of this. You can do it with PHP, but it's not the same thing. Right? Just remember, this is an on-click. This isn't a form. There is no form element on this page. So it's not purely native HTML functionality. This is wiring up the JS part of it for you. And HTML and PHP in general don't do that. So that's the part you're maybe missing. This is about actually wiring up dynamic front-end stuff using a single language for your front end and your back end. You can do that with Live View. You can do that with Blazor, right? But those end up being framework-specific things rather than language-specific things. So this is its own language built out for what Live View and some of those things do. I believe with Rails, you might be able to do that these days. I don't know for sure, though. But this, at least, existed before any of that was a thing. Yeah, so BDSL, right? The fact that you would have to write any JavaScript to handle it means that it's not the same thing, right? OPA is meant to be a zero JavaScript kind of framework. Now, it's implementing the JavaScript for you, but you're not going to write that part. You could probably do it still. Again, I don't think this is even maintained anymore, so who cares, right? The idea of it, though, is what we're talking about. So this is more full stack than the standard multi-page application architecture. Consider that you could make a single page application using this. No problem. I'm not sure how that would work. I'm sure there's weird edge cases to it. I'm not trying to dig into that. All I'm trying to do is showcase that this is a very specific use case, and there are other languages that have tried to do it too. I thought Odin was one of those, but it isn't. I was probably thinking of Opa. And I know there's at least one or two more. Every time I've seen it, I basically disregarded it because it's not the way I want to write applications. Yeah, GWT, yep. So yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And I need to grab some water too. So yeah, see you in a sec.
Thanks for the support. Imagine this, an extraordinary being known as Coding Garden. Their origin story starts as an underappreciated software developer who, after being struck by a cosmic surge during a rogue code debugging session, gains the power to control, create, or manipulate anything digital. They can telepathically interface with computer systems, override the most secure encryptions, and virtually live within the digital domain. On top of that, their power extends into the physical realm, enabling them to foster plant growth at an accelerated rate. This makes Coding Garden a unique combination of technology and nature. Battling the villains of the virtual realm and safeguarding the natural world, they're a beacon of hope in our ever-evolving digital era. Meet the enigmatic entity known as Ched_dev. They grew up as a brilliant yet misunderstood prodigy who excelled in every mind-related challenge but always felt alien in this world. During a lightning storm, they received a thunderbolt while coding with a holograph of a cheese, transforming them into a dynamic superhero. Ched_dev's abilities include controlling digital waves and creating hardened cheese shields or sharp cheese projectiles that they can form out of thin air. The transformation allowed them to integrate within the society that they once found strange. With a mind sharper than the leading edge of technology and a heart as warm as melted cheese, Ched_dev stands as a shield against the world's darkest forces.
Alright, I'm back. Heyo! Hey, we just got a raid. What's up? How you doing? Yeah, welcome everyone. Sorry about that. You got a raid and run. Alright. So he's gone already. But yeah, chair stream, sorry. Welcome everyone from the raid. What was Coding Garden up to? Ooh, and yeah, what did the bot say? Oh, I missed both of them, right? The Coding Garden one and the Ched one. Hold on, let me listen to it. He built a Raycast plugin. Nice. Yeah, I commented on one of his tweets today where he was shouting out like cheap providers. And man, yeah, if y'all don't know about it, low-end box. Right? For something that you don't care too much about because some of these could be like fly-by-night. They're not here in the next year or whatever. But yeah, still pretty cool. So yeah, if you wanted to get, hold on. Oh, hold on. We want to click one of these. So if we click, let's just say we want something based in Seattle. This service, Limewave, right? You can get yourself a VPS for $18 a year. All right, that's not great. Hold on, they used to have a good list. Right, oh, best cheap VPS hosting 2023. Here we go. So if we go look at it, Rack Nerd. 768 megs of RAM. Gigabit network port, gigabyte of bandwidth, and it's $10 a year. So that's less than $1. Right? Less than $1 per month for more than you get from DigitalOcean for their $5 a month thing. So yeah, that's not bad. And maybe not more. Hold on, wait. The $5 might be more expensive. I can't remember. But yeah, right? Incredibly cheap. But maybe I don't trust them to actually be around in a year. So, you know, don't put something you care a lot about on these things. Because they are incentivized to oversell and some of that stuff. Here's another one, $1.50 a month. That's pretty good. $2 a month for 2 gigs of RAM. Yeah, this one's gonna get oversold heavy. Like, whoa, man. And then, yeah, more reasonable. 4 gigs, 2 CPU cores, unmetered bandwidth. Ooh, yeah, that's trickier. But then $5.50 a month. That's a pretty good deal. So yeah, something to check out. There's definitely, you know, OVH and Scaleway and all those other things, right? Hetzner. Totally worth checking them out too. But yeah, I don't know. This is pretty nice to just like have something to fiddle with. Hetzner, been fine so far? Yeah, totally. Yep, I totally get it. Most of them are going to be fine. So yeah, Darklang really does aim to be the full stack, doesn't it? Yeah, pretty cool. Just changed everything over to light mode. There you go. It aims to replace Git as well? Whoa, okay. That's kind of crazy. OVH and fires in the data centers, right? I was trying to think of a joke based around like hot in some way. Ooh, yeah. With fires in the data center, you never got to worry about cold starts, do you? Boom, roasted. Boom, roasted. I know. I'm just having fun. So yeah, for everyone joining stream, what we're working on is I basically am gonna be doing some contract content creation for Highlight.io. We haven't signed any papers or anything, but we are discussing like how it's gonna work and blah blah blah, and I need to just do the proper like statement of work and all that junk. But the basic outline for this is we want to make a video that is entertaining, that talks about what is OpenTelemetry, why it was made, who's behind it, that kind of stuff, right? What the various keywords and things you need to care about are, what is OTLP, right? What does stable mean for OTLP, etc. And then as we start really digging into it, if we wanted to wire up our own Next.js application via OpenTelemetry and have that data somewhere to look at and, you know, do observability stuff, we'd need to set up a collector first using OpenTelemetry stuff. We'd need to wire it up to something like Grafana and give it exporters for the things that Grafana would want to ingest. Then from there, how would we wire up Next.js? So technically, there's some stuff involved, such as the instrumentation hook. There is a Vercel OTel thing. So if you want to do Vercel specific things, yep, that is the Vercel OTel with sensible defaults, or you could do a manual config where you're going to add all these OpenTelemetry things and wire up to it separately in a different way. What about SSR errors, and how do you capture those, right? What is this instrumentation TS file? So this is really just going through like the steps you would take to do your own OpenTelemetry observability stuff, right? Eventually, what we'll end up doing, and maybe just talking briefly about client setup, what we didn't cover within the talk, we would eventually pivot to why highlight is maybe something you want to use instead, right? So it's more like doing some educational bits, doing some like, stepping through the process, talking about how it's valuable, and then finally like why highlight would be maybe easier because less lines of code to write and things to deal with, less stuff for you to host, right? They have their own collector and all that stuff. And their visualizations and session tracking are things that are more like focused than just the fire hose of data you might be consuming on your own. So yeah, that's the general gist of what we're planning for this video. And yeah, I am in the discovery process about what the steps are for the server setup, for Next.js specifically. We're looking into that. The part that I'm worried about or curious about, that we had to ask ChatGPT because the docs don't tell us, is basically we had to figure out like, where do we pass the URL of our collector? How does that even work? What do we do here? And yeah, just had to ask ChatGPT because none of the docs were actually showing us. Now that we kind of understand it, we might be good. Also, I feel like this is a good crowd to shout this out to that, maybe people coming in from the raid don't know. I just started working at a company called GitKraken. They make tools for Git, right? So GitKraken Client is the desktop tool where, it gives you like good visuals for merge conflicts and creating PRs and all that stuff. We also make a CLI tool that doesn't try and take over what Git does. Instead, it tries to do some of the things that we feel are like a value add on top, involving our cloud services and stuff, right? So one real simple example is this. This is the CLI's version of the focus view. There we go. So focus view is this, where I can envision and look at all the issues I'm associated with, all the pull requests, right? Work in progresses would actually be like changes on our local file system. And we can even like snooze stuff if we really want to do that. So theoretically, if we wanted to, we could snooze. I'm not even sure what repos these are for, actually. Hey, so we snoozed it. Cool. Some type of like indication that it's working or like doing something would be nice. So really, yeah, we make a bunch of tools at GitKraken that it is my job now as a developer advocate to learn about and then teach people about and make content about. So yeah, pretty pumped. It's my first developer advocate official position, even though I've kind of been doing it as a hobby for a little while now. And then, yeah, if you're familiar with GitLens, the extension, GitLens is also a GitKraken product. It wasn't originally, but it was an acquisition. Now it's under the same wing. Our CTO is the guy that wrote GitLens, which is awesome. It's pretty cool. So yeah, you got focus view over here if you want to look at it, that kind of stuff. Let's move this over a bit. Hey, right? Kind of cool. We also got stuff like the commit graph. which is one of the desktop features that is pretty nice. Let's move this up, right? So boom, we can look at our commit graph over here a bit. So yeah, cherry picking and looking at various things. Now, I'm pretty much the only one doing work on Vexilla for now. We got people helping out, which is awesome. GitHub does give you something like that, but it's hidden away a bit. Let me double check one quick thing. I don't remember that. All right. But yeah, so if we go look at, let's just say Vexilla, you can get some of that stuff over here in Insights. Right? So contributors kind of gets you there. Not fully. Commits. Let's see if this one works. Right? Okay, so no, they don't do the Git, the commit graph at all, really. Maybe Pulse? No. Network? Network is kind of close, but not really. Like, you don't get... I mean, you can click into the individual commits. But it's just not the same, right? And another big thing is, like, yeah, GitHub might do something close. I don't know if GitLab does. I don't know if Bitbucket does. Right? But you can wire up to all those. Nice and easy, and you get basically the same thing between all of them, because GitKraken is doing that part now, rather than the provider you're using. Yeah, that makes sense there. BDSL. I get that. So yeah, it looks to me like we end up creating the node tracer provider. New OTLP trace exporter. I'm wondering if maybe this is what we would wire up. No. Ooh, headers, hostname, URL. Okay, so maybe we just pass the URL to it. So we see the server spin up. And because this is OTLP trace exporter, I wonder if we're going to run into issues about HTTP versus HTTPS. But that should be fine. So then localhost. What we end up wanting to look at here is this config YAML. And it's going to be localhost, I think 4318 or 4317, I forget. Let's try 4317. All right, so we installed some stuff there. What is our command to actually run the next server? That would be dev. So pnpm dev. Experiments, use at your own risk. We load up localhost 3000. I don't see anything changing over here. We see the server starting. I don't think it passed anything, but hello from our web app. If we go look at what we got here, as far as exploring our data, if we go look at traces, ooh, here we go. Streaming progress. Let's turn our interval to like a minute. Yeah, anyone here ever used Grafana? What am I missing about how to interact with this? Right, we see a trace. We don't see any service names or span names here yet. It looks to me like that did something. If I do another refresh there, you see it load. Do we get 2 jobs? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what I should be seeing here. And what does A series mean? Yeah, so I am really, really new to all this. Ooh, and let me just reply. All right. Yeah, anyone here use Grafana on a regular basis? I would love some like backseating or help or however you want to phrase it to help me understand the way to see what I'm looking for. Because I'm not entirely certain that we're getting what I think we're getting, if that makes sense, right? So here we go back to traces. Try and do search maybe. I think this is just about the search itself. Because we don't see any services or spans or anything related to that. So I don't think our data is making it through yet. What we can do, though, we can kill this, and we can go back to our config for the OTel stuff, right? So here in config.yaml, we had this exporter. So let's try and spin that up and see what we get. Ooh, and Shed, you still out there? I forget. You're in Colorado, right? If he's even still here. No worries. But yeah, what's everyone up to? I guess what I was going to get at is, do we have anyone from Arizona? I'm planning a trip to Scottsdale next week to like visit the office and, you know, do face-to-face kind of stuff. At least for, you know, I'm not sure how often they plan on trekking people in or whatever. Are you actually in the Arizona area? Ooh, cool. Like Phoenix, Scottsdale type area? If so, yeah, let's try and meet up. That'd be cool. Mesa. So maybe that's like pretty far away. I don't know where anything is in Arizona. If you are close enough to to Phoenix and you want to hang out one of the nights, just let me know. But yeah, if it's like a fair drive, like, yeah, no worries, no stress. I leave my home state so infrequently that if I'm heading somewhere, I should probably like make sure I reach out and see who could hang out. But no stress if not. No pressure. All right, so now that we got this debug exporter in there, I want to try and reload the application. You've been to Phoenix once? It was hot. Yeah. I lived in like Phoenix area at one point. I was super young, maybe like 4 or 5, somewhere around there. And it was so hot, but we had a pool, you know? Yeah, we had a pool, we had AC, so it was chill. What are we talking about? A little bit of everything. If you're talking about like the tech and stuff we're working on there, we're trying to do some OpenTelemetry stuff. But we're also just talking about like Arizona in general, because I'm taking a trip to Arizona for work next week, starting Sunday night, ending Thursday night. And yeah, just seeing who's around. One thing I don't know what it is, but as a youngster, I recorded like memories. So basically Arizona's before I like clicked on, if that makes sense, right? I don't know how early you remember clicking on as like a child. But what I mean is like you started recording long-term memories on a regular basis. I clicked on living in Texas like in like kindergarten. So before then, you know, you're a toddler, your memories, you might remember some things, but you're not remembering a bunch of things, right? Like random memories, you might have a couple, but not nearly as much as the moment you like click on. So continuous memories for you started at the age of 5, which I think is pretty common. 5 or 6 is, yeah, pretty standard. So yeah, for me, I was like 4 or something. Like any time between when I clicked on and when I was born, I still have like memories, but they're very closely tied to like trauma. And not like, you know, like drama trauma. I mean like, my Arizona memories, like distinctly, is we were playing basketball, I was shirtless, the rubber basketball scraped the front of my chest, and I was probably already sunburnt, and I remember just the pain of my chest being like scraped raw. Right? Like brand new basketball, hot weather, probably already sunburnt, and just trying to catch the ball and it scraping the front of my chest, and yeah, the pain of that. I remember falling downstairs when we lived in Florida. I remember getting my thumb caught in a screen door, like the hinge of a screen door, and losing my entire thumbnail when we lived in Oklahoma. Right? So things like that. For some reason, until I clicked on, my major memories are trauma of some kind, right? Getting hurt. Which kind of makes sense, you know? Evolutionarily, those are important memories, right? You burn yourself, you probably should remember not to burn yourself in the same way again. But yeah, I don't know, just random thought. Anyway, what we're trying to do right now is get some kind of logging in here, and I actually want to clear the buffer now. Just be sure that anything we see is unique. and that we're actually getting these things proxied through. And it seems to me like we're not. Because we should have seen something. If I do just a quick single metrics log. Oh. Let's try this again. Oh, traces is the only one we have that turned on for right now. So if we do that, we should have gotten something over here, which we did. Oh, if they dox my key, I'm gonna be bummed, but it's kind of my fault, so I get it. But they didn't. All right, cool. Cool, 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 cool. So now the big thing is, yeah, if we go refresh this, we don't see any output over here. So our trace doesn't seem like it's being logged from the OpenTelemetry standpoint. So something we're doing in here just isn't working. Log record processor. So span processor and log record processor are different things. Let's try just seeing what we can do. New, simple. Nope. Yeah, I'm not sure what the thing we need to do here is. But real quick, let me shout out some follows that I totally forgot to shout out. So, Blueberry, how you doing? Cheers. And Binary Dreidel, thank you for the follows. Welcome. So this configuration, what we end up getting are things like instrumentations, views, span processors, right? So span processor is no good. Trace exporter, though, that's its own thing, huh? So it almost seems like the Node SDK doesn't have any concerns for doing your own collector. And instead it wants to just send stuff directly to your your exporters or whatever, right? So a trace and a span are kind of the same thing, huh? It's used for diagnostic purposes. So, yeah, if we do that, we refresh over there, and we see nothing. Maybe I need to reboot. Let's try it again. Wow, it's already 7:49. Yeah, the time just disappeared on me. Where the hell did the time go? But this is valuable because I want to have like a version of this somewhat soon. I want to have like a rough draft of the talk using slides before next Friday. Not tomorrow, but next Friday. Not Friday after next. Next Friday. And yes, I was making a reference to the movies. So not Friday. Not Friday after next. Next Friday. I actually really like the movie Next Friday too, so that's a good reference. Used to watch it all the time with a snowboard friend back in the day. Right? Holy Moly's Donut Shop. Hey, guy. Hey, what's up, guy? Right? That character is super good. It's the one that introduced Cat Williams as well, right? The Micro Mini Pimp. He like slaps 5 and someone like grabs him and he's like, whoa, that shit was like the Matrix or whatever, right? Like, dude, I don't know. Yeah, that was my first intro to Cat Williams. I'd never heard of him or seen him before. All right, so this is where I'd benefit from chatting with someone who's done custom OpenTelemetry wiring, because something seems off about this process so far. I wonder if we need to just go look at some of this repo. So yeah, this is the main repo for OpenTelemetry's JavaScript SDKs. we head into packages, that's where some of these things are split out a bit. SDK trace base is what we got over here, but I'm wondering if we want to look at the node stuff first. So that exposes the node tracer provider, which we're not seeing directly. Okay. Oh, wow. Yes, that's interesting. So, yeah, plug in HTTP. If you import this, it gets automatically instrumented. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so automatic instrumentation. I feel like we don't need that nearly as much. But I do want to look at what's available to us. Man, I am running low on lemonade mix. I'm gonna need to go get some more. But wow, yeah, node tracer provider is really the only major thing that they export here. And we're not using that directly at all. Maybe not, though. So hold on, we go look at the source code here. I see tracer config. SDK trace node. SDK trace node. Yeah, what? So star from, oh, I get it. So I bet this is over in trace base. Yep, so span processor, simple span processor, console exporter, all of these are actually from the base. And then the other thing builds on top of it. Got it. So then if we look at some of these things, simple batch span exporter in general. Let's look at the base for this one. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's kind of cool. So, for the most part, we get to see the exact, like way that this exporter is logging things. But we don't see... Yeah, I still don't see how we're wiring this up to our collector. Calamero, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So, service.name ends up being a key within this that we say is next app. Sure. So yeah, compiling / instrumentation, compiled / instrumentation. If we go to app here, let's create some pages. So now I forget how to do that with Next.js. Next.js. Let's look at their getting started. Right, so page.js inside of these things. So that's our, right, it's TSX there. But if we were to do something like foo, oh, wrong thing. Yeah, undo, create foo. Within foo, we create page.tsx. Within here, I'm just gonna copy and paste a bunch of junk. But we're gonna remove that and basically everything. All right, so we got a foo page created. We're gonna add a link to here. What? That should have auto-updated, right? Oh, we see it still kicking off. $22 seconds for that? All right, so links right here. Where are those at? Card href, we pass that through. Let's go look at the card definition. We don't want target blank. Okay, so we get our theming. We get to the page we wanted. Cool. I don't see any trace values there, right? Like, something should have been logged. Ooh, okay, hold on. So it's compiling the instrumentation file. Runtime is Node.js. Oh, damn. Ken Wheeler just posted a tweet with some amazing looking beef. This looks crazy. Here's his tweet. Dude, that beef looks amazing. You Googled telemetry but didn't understand. Imagine it as a man-in-the-middle proxy logging everything. That's a good way of thinking about it. So tools like Datadog and New Relic and Highlight.io and all these other things are about observability. That's the term that you actually want to probably look up. Telemetry is a little broader. Telemetry is simply just sending data about an application's usage to some other thing that's going to measure it. So if you're using VS Code, they have an opt-in to the telemetry where, hey, is it okay if we send data about your usage of VS Code to our observability platform? That is the telemetry in effect. So it allows companies and products, etc., to know how you're using a tool. Right? So for a website, the telemetry of it might be basically Google Analytics. That is telemetry. Does that make more sense? Now, think about what we're trying to do. No, not a user score, not anti-cheat. No, unrelated. Completely unrelated. This is more about understanding how your application is getting used. Telemetry would be what features are users using on a regular basis. Are they even clicking into this new page that we have in our application? If they did click into that page, how did they get there? Right? So really Google Analytics style understanding of your application. Some of the better products actually then turned it into a session where you can see what the user did to maybe get a specific bug or error, right? So Google Analytics is more focused on just the usage patterns. But when you get an exception thrown on your server, how did the user get to that exception? And tying in their path through your application to get that stack trace becomes incredibly invaluable for being able to diagnose how they got that error, right? So for the most part, it's just traceability, understanding how they got into a bad state or things like that. This is all sorts of things. How do you display these metrics, logs, and traces? Major companies use a thing called Grafana, which is what we're trying to use here. That is barely useful, but good enough. What I need to maybe figure out is how we can do it over a specific time frame, because I'm looking for more than just what happened recently. But as an example, let's just do some of this. Let's do a Prometheus metric thing, right? So we're going to generate some metrics using telemetry gen. That's going to go to our collector of that data, which didn't get logged. So, we don't have that one as a debug. And then from there, we should theoretically, right, name equals gen because it was generated. Let's do a query of it, and we refresh, and we see that, yep, we did some logs to this endpoint at that time of day. That kind of stuff, right? So Grafana is a major use case for it, but you may actually want something that gives you more insight into it rather than just the fire hose of it. Technically, hey, there's that log that we just sent. So now we see that most recent one. So basically, yeah, scratch mix. good point. I wasn't sure how much to explain specifically that way. If we look at the configuration we have, our traces are going through an OTLP receiver to our exporter, which is also named OTLP, but it's really this right here. Bam. So we're using Tempo on Grafana's like cloud platform for the actual like taking in of our traces. For our logs, we're using Loki, and that's also a Grafana thing you can wire up and do all that with. And then finally, for metrics, that is Prometheus. And, you know, again, we're just using Grafana's hosted services because it's so far outside of what we're actually trying to do. We want to get good insights and telemetry of how Next.js is working, right? And that's the part that we're stuck at right now because I'm not getting any values out of Next.js's like rendering or any of that. So that is definitely an issue, but we'll figure it out. We'll get there. We just got Grafana taking in these like events for us, right? Like when we generate them, we just got that working earlier today. And it was a permissions issue. The token that we had created, the default that Grafana wants you to create, actually didn't give us write permissions that we needed. So yeah, we had to like specially provision a token for that. So yeah, we're using Tempo, Loki, and Prometheus as like the databases in which these things are stored, and then Grafana simply fetches from those databases using queries. So yeah, Elasticstack also has a good metrics dashboard. Cool. Just standard logs. Exactly, Calamero. So this is really, really useful for when you have an application and you're at a level of scale where this stuff matters. For your side project with 10 users, probably way less useful. Right? Especially because you know the entire application, you can probably keep it all in working memory. Whereas once you get to like a larger scale, there's 20 plus teams working on the application itself in various bits and pieces and parts, and figuring out when a user hits an exception or something, who has to fix that bug and how that happened and how they can trace it and try and understand what the bug even is, right? All of these things are basically about trying to debug things remotely without seeing it happen, right? Like, works on my machine. Well, yeah, who cares if it works on your machine? We need to see it working on other people's machines. Yes, there you go. So that's a good way of putting it there, Fabrito. I appreciate that. You explained it better than I was. Yes, like what if your app failed for the user, but you can actually trace it to a failure to one of your third-party providers that you're consuming, right? That's huge. And that was a major use case for Datadog. Yeah, if you get 20,000 requests a second, you're not going to be reading a log to do that. You're going to need some type of tool that allows you to query those logs. And then that's where like tools like Prometheus, Loki, etc. become really valuable. So yeah, like traceability at scale is really the whole point of like observability in general. And also solving the, well, it worked on my machine problem. Sure, yeah, the sample rate. Yep, or how things get batched as well could be useful, right? It just depends. Right? Not all logs are as valuable as the one that lets you know how a user got an exception or something, right? So yeah, just a whole bunch of things about that. But even then, think about it this way. If you have feature flags, how do you know that failure a user got was the result of a feature flag or not? You don't, unless you have something that maybe reports that and adds it to their session within your like your visualization, within your like span of a user's actions. And then you can, like, you're basically doing A/B testing at that point. Hey, we turned on this feature for 50% of users, and they got this error, right? Well, let's turn it off for those 50%, but let's, like, use those logs to debug what went wrong. So that's what I'm getting at, Fabrito. Technically, feature flags are the building block to A/B testing, but you don't always opt into A/B testing immediately. So what you're getting at is, yes, PostHog is an A/B testing platform that created a feature flag tool. Whereas that's actually not the common case. Most feature flag tools end up adding A/B testing to their stack, right? Their vertical integration. That's actually the more common flow. You create a feature flag tool, and then A/B testing is the next logical step for visualizing that stuff, right? So PostHog is A/B testing platform that then focused on like the feature flag stuff. But the typical case is you're a feature flag platform that implements A/B testing. So LaunchDarkly, a bunch of other things like that, right? So managers are scared of changes in production, true, but also feature flags decouple your experimentation from your deploy process. And that becomes incredibly useful when you realize that some deploy processes could take weeks. Some companies only deploy once a week. At that point, yeah, you can ship a feature out and then have it behind a flag, and then turn it on for 10% of users, and then just turn it off immediately, right? Feature flags are more about decoupling your experimentation from your deploy process. Because if you're doing a mobile app, your deploy process could easily be a week. It could be a couple weeks, depending on how stringent the reviewer of your app is. So, Ferreira, right? But what we're getting at is not all applications are web applications, right? So if VS Code wanted to turn on a feature for all of their users, they could ship the feature without enabling it. But you can't expect that every user is going to download an update immediately. That doesn't happen. Sorry, like you might have a percentage of users that always update as quickly as they can, and then you run into people like me that have a finish update button in Chrome for way too long, right? So that's what I'm getting at, you know? Sure, if you're doing the web and you're doing a weekly deploy instead of continuous deployment, you might be messing up. But also you might need to recognize that what you're deploying for your dashboard, for your web app, may also get deployed out as like a release for people doing self-hosting. And at that point, yeah, continuous deployment of a self-hosted application doesn't make any sense. You want to notify someone when you ship a new version. So if you're using the same dashboard code on the web and then also for self-hosting, yeah, self-hosted providers are not going to update as quickly as you update your web app. It depends, Ferreira. To do a really good continuous deploy process involves conscious effort. I worked at a company that shipped to prod daily, multiple times per day. But even then, there is a lag time between when you make a change and when it actually makes it to production. Even with continuous deployment, you're going to deal with multiple environments and getting your changes pushed up through those, and QA having a say on at least staging and production. And you're going to deal with the time it takes for the code to be reviewed. All of this is actually lag time that you cannot deal with when you maybe want to turn off a broken feature. Let's say you wanted to roll out a new payment provider. Worked great in testing, works great in the dev environment. You roll it up to staging, works great with fake stuff there too, but then the moment you put it out to prod, oh, maybe a key is misconfigured or something. Well, let's turn it off until we figure out what the actual issue is. If it's an hour and a half before that can happen because you're going through 3 environments and you're dealing with all the rigmarole of changes being progressively released through those environments, an hour and a half is way too long. Right? You want to be able to turn that off within 5 minutes, at a maximum sometimes. So one big point there, Ferreira, is 25 minutes is way longer than 5 minutes. It's way longer than 30 seconds, you know? So being able to turn something off that fast, incredibly worthwhile. Let's say you want to roll things out to 10% of users and see how it works. Cool. Try and roll it up to 25% of users next. Cool. Then you try 50 and you start realizing there's an issue and you gotta roll them back. It doesn't matter how fast your deploy process is. If you're waiting 25 minutes for that experimentation phase and then whatever time it takes to get results, your lag time could actually be costing you money. And I think that's the important bit there, right? Doesn't matter how fast your deploy process is. Even if you heavily optimize and you're able to get it up there within a half hour of your code being made, that's cool. That's a really good job, but it's rare. It's incredibly rare, especially because you need code review bare minimum. Hey, we have this emergency fix. Someone has to review it and then get it merged in, and then it has to make it through your environments.
Thanks for the support.
For that to be only a half hour,
Imagining Travis
that's a
Roman as
really,
superhero,
really
they would be known as the
good flow,
Vrominator.
but still a half hour is a problem.
They possess the incredible ability to manipulate time and space, allowing them to teleport and freeze time at will. Their origin story began when they stumbled upon an ancient artifact during a research expedition in a remote temple.
There you go, Acid
This
Spark. An
artifact granted
outage
them
could
the
be
quantum powers
250
needed to
grand
bend
per
the very
minute,
fabric of reality.
right? 30 minutes is
Outfitted
insane
with a
at
suit
that
that's as
point.
sleek as it is functional, designed to enhance their time-bending abilities, the Vrominator stands as a guardian of balance, ensuring that the timeline remains intact.
The
protecting
Rominator!
the world from those who seek to abuse the power of time travel. With a keen intellect and a steady resolve, they are always a step ahead of their foes, outsmarting them in a temporal chess game where they control the flow of the match.
The Vrominator. There you go. Oh, a bunch of that is fines. Like, oh, if you're working at a company where some of that stuff, right? If you're working at a company where some of that stuff costs you money due to fines, like, you're talking like not even 250,000 requests, you're talking like money. And that becomes super gnarly. Yeah, if it's like literally dollars and not theoretical dollars, that gets really gnarly. So yeah, Acid Spark, yeah. Like, even if it takes 25 minutes, 25 times 250K is a life-changing amount of money, right? For like an average person. Dollary dues, not just like ephemeral things. It depends on what you're deploying there, Ferreira. If it's your front end, why not just do feature flags? You know, like, and what you're talking about in A/B deployments is actually blue-green deployments. That's like the official term. As far as I understand it. But yeah, 1 second. Let me make sure you can do some of that. FB. So yeah, you worked on Peacock. That's really cool. That's awesome. After X amount of grace period. Yeah. But again, like, the big thing is just simply your lag time between being able to turn a feature off and on, being decoupled from your deploy process, is very important. Even if your deploy process is fast, that's awesome, good job. But it still doesn't fix the problem of being able to turn something off as quick as possible. So yeah, Fabrito, I just want to point out, you can do links in the future. It just saw the Peacock TV thing and thought you were trying to like spam us. We do get enough spammers that I want to leave that protection up still. But now you can actually do links if you wanted to list it out, right? So yeah, you built Peacock TV in less than 6 months.
For a reason, you made all teams optimize for change. And even then, that's fine, I get it. But feature flags are a really good way to also optimize for change. I'm not saying don't do both. I'm not saying don't do the deployment optimizations either. I'm saying you gotta do both for very specific cases. It's not one or the other. You should be doing both. But yeah, sorry, Travis. If you're still around, no worries. You got to raid and run. I totally get that. People put their feature flag code outside of the request lifetime, and you end up restarting server to update them. So to me, Fabrito, that sounds like they're thinking that environment variables are equivalent to feature flags, and they're not, like in any way, shape, or form. You can abuse environment variables in a feature flag-like way, but that's wrong. Feature flags need to be 100% runtime. Otherwise, they're just environment variables, and that's a totally separate thing. So I think that's maybe where a big part of this is coming from. Feature flags need to be 100% runtime evaluated without kicking over the server or doing anything like that. So yeah, people do misunderstand the proper use case of feature flags. I totally get that. If it's not obvious right now, Fabrito, yeah, I'm making a tool called Vexilla for feature flag. Static file based, which means infinitely scalable. We have SDKs that we're making for a planned 14 languages. We've got like 9 or 10 right now. Comes with scheduling and things like that you have to pay for from Growthbook. And because it's a static file thing and it's just SDKs, there's no service you're paying for. Eventually, maybe we build out A/B testing. But because I have 0 operating expenses, yeah, I can operate this thing forever, basically. So yeah, like, I don't know. There's like value to, I think, what we're building out as our main tool thing. Right now, this is totally separate, and we're just doing some learning about OpenTelemetry. I'd love to wire up my feature flag tool in some way that allows you to like attach OpenTelemetry to it and add that to part of your tracing and stuff. That'd be cool. Or maybe we make our feature flag tool bootstrap into OpenTelemetry in some way. That I'm still needing to figure out because I need to do more just like learning about OTel, which is the short for OpenTelemetry for anyone out there. Yeah, keep in mind, it's not like fully released with the latest version. That's the thing we've been working on, but yeah, we've got SDKs in JavaScript, Kotlin, C#, Rust, Go, I know I'm forgetting some, PHP, Python, Swift, OCaml, and Elixir. Does Roku use Vexilla? No, I don't have any major vendors yet. They could. Yeah, if you have a use case, let me know. So far, the only way I'm planning on monetizing Vexilla is actually through services. So if you want help spinning it up and setting it up into your own environments, etc., I'm down. I think one major use case is think about like feature flagging even for like internal tools. And then it makes a lot of sense. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Featureflag.io. Yeah, totally different thing, right? So yeah, no. Vexilla is not majorly used by any major company. If someone wants to bring it in, I will happily help you out there. Eventually, if you want like an SLA to be able to call me at any hour of the day, and like I'll wake up and do the thing, well then yeah, that would cost money. But yeah, as far as Vexilla goes, if you're doing some open source thing, I'd happily help you set that up too, right? So for open source, if we can stream it, yeah, I'll help you set it up without a services contract. But yeah, I think before I got sidetracked, the main really cool thing about it being just a static file and your logic living in the SDKs, it means that you could host this inside of your own internal network and you'd be good to go, right? As long as it's a JSON file that's accessible from whatever machine that needs to access it, it doesn't actually need to be on the greater internet. It can be within your own intranet and be totally fine. And I think that's a major use case that other providers just aren't optimized for. To host other providers, you have to spin up a service and someone has to be responsible for that service's uptime. Whereas instead, this is just a static file. Having someone being responsible for a static file is way easier. What is the difference between PostHog? I mean, I'm pretty sure PostHog still, like, if you want to self-host it in an intranet, you're running a service for it, rather than just hosting a file. That's the main differentiator. PostHog has a bunch of other stuff on top, like A/B testing and things like that. However, let's go look at PostHog SDKs. Oh God. So where do we see all of the SDKs? They actually have a really good list. So yeah, they've got Elixir. Let's like focus on languages, not necessarily like frameworks. They've got Elixir, Go, Flutter would be Dart, Android, which is probably Kotlin, iOS, which is probably Swift, Java, Node is like JavaScript, we'll just say that, right? Basically the Node and the front-end SDK, same thing, right? So JavaScript, PHP, Python, Ruby, and Rust. So they have 11 language native SDKs. So PostHog is killing it. PostHog and Growthbook have the most first-party SDKs of any company I've seen. If we go look at LaunchDarkly, it's way worse. Right, let's just look at their server-side SDKs. Oh, actually, no, that's pretty good. So LaunchDarkly has .NET, Apex, which is one I didn't consider yet, C++, Erlang, which works for Elixir, Go, Haskell, Java, Lua, JavaScript, PHP, Python, Ruby, and Rust. So yeah, really like 14 SDKs. It's kind of table stakes at this point. For like, yeah, never mind. I thought LaunchDarkly had less providers, but no, they're killing it. Yeah, this is good. They also have client-side SDKs, but client-side SDKs are just JavaScript SDKs. The only time like a JavaScript SDK matters, right, as far as your framework, is like reactivity, which is easy enough to wire on your own, right? We'd create our own custom hook for React. We'd, you know, like, I haven't considered doing framework-specific SDKs yet, but client-side's easy. So Zerk, what I'm getting at, though, is my JavaScript SDK is universal. So then when I want to build a React or a Vue or Angular SDK, I'm just wrapping the existing JavaScript SDK into the change detection semantics of whatever framework I'm dealing with. In the same way, kind of like TanStack stuff gets built. TanStack query. There's the baseline, just pure JavaScript, and then there's the stuff that wires it up to change detection in whatever framework you're using. Lua is on my roadmap. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure, Fabrito. Yeah, Lua's totally on my roadmap. Look at it this way. Lua is valuable for like games and their scripting. at this point. You could actually ship out an update to users and have a feature you want to turn on scripting-wise during like Christmas or something. So Fabrito, yeah, that's I haven't dug into how we would wire this up to OTel, but yes, I do think some type of like OpenTelemetry integration of some kind for Vexilla would be really useful. So that's why this learning is incredibly useful for me as well. But also keep in mind, this learning we're doing is really prep work for a video we're going to do as like contracted content for Highlight.io. Because those guys are awesome, right? The CEO and CTO are just dudes, man. Like, totally like just dudes. Like, you know, like the dude. Like, yeah, it's really cool. Felipe? I can say Felipe. That's fine. Is maybe like the Brito part your middle name? Like Felipe Brito Ferreira? I feel like I've heard the name Fabrito as like someone's name before too, so. Brito Ferreira is your surname, so it's basically like Brito was your mom or your dad, and Ferreira was the other, or something like that. Oh, in Portugal you have two surnames. Oh. And is it typically like the combination of your parents, or is it different? Mother name first and then dad's name. Okay, so yeah, that's a common like pattern in general. So, cool. How does Split.io compare to the other feature flag services we've mentioned? I don't know enough about like the core main differences at this point. Oh, there you go. Calamero really digging into it. And they tell two friends, and they tell two friends, and they tell two friends, right? Like one of those things. To understand recursion, first you have to understand recursion. I get it. But yeah, so X Factor, I don't know enough about Split.io. I barely know about LaunchDarkly. PostHog and Growthbook are the ones I'm more familiar with from just like a basic level. I haven't had to use any of them in a professional capacity. When I was building out, I don't know if you remember this, but when I was building out StreamParrot, I needed feature flagging to turn the billing off and on just because, like, yeah, if billing breaks, I don't want to keep serving people a broken experience, so I needed feature flagging. And then I looked at the pricing for LaunchDarkly and was like, nope, I'll build it myself. So yeah, here we are. A big part of it is you could totally self-host using something like Unleash. Right? Unleash is pretty cool too. It's open source. You could self-host it, right? All that stuff. But anytime you want to solve a problem by spinning up a service that needs a Docker container and is its own server, surprise, now you got two problems. So yeah, for me, spinning up another service and making sure that can scale is a problem I didn't want to have. So I wanted to deal with a thing that would be, for all intents and purposes, infinitely scalable. And that means static file. I can throw it up to the CDN and call it good. And I believe Growthbook actually operates that same way. I know there is some like self-hosting for like the config UI, but as far as like the way it ships, I believe from talking with Theo and his CTO Mark and a couple other people even, yeah, Growthbook is actually a static file too, and it's part of why they chose it. So Braze is also quite cool. Yeah, I get it. There's so many things out there. I'm trying to just focus on building what I want, what I needed, And then eventually doing something like analytics or A/B testing is like a value add later. But I need to get users first for the feature flag part, right? If I don't have any users for the feature flag thing, how do I expect to get users for the things that cost me money, like A/B testing and analytics, right? Because I have to run a server for that stuff. So this is more about just me trying to like bootstrap the business. And yeah, their hero stack is pretty good. Friends don't let friends build their own feature flag system. There was a company I interviewed with that doesn't deserve their name shouted out. Y'all might remember it. Where like I was using their VS Code tool at 1.2. They don't get any publicity from this. But when I was interviewing with them, one of the people I interviewed with mentioned that they built out the feature flag tool that they use internally, right? They who shall not be named. Exactly. Yeah. They're basically Voldemort at this point. I'm going to just start calling him Voldemort. Good enough, right? Voldemort's just like a placeholder name for a company I don't want to support. There we go. Nailed it. But yeah, I had actually like chatted with like, so part of their interview process was show us a project you're enthusiastic about or whatever, right? Well, yeah, I showed off Vexilla. Duh. And yeah, the person that I was in that interview with was the person that ended up having made their feature flag tool as well, which is kind of funny. So yeah, right? Long tangent short. No, not that short. What we're trying to figure out right now is how we get some of this OpenTelemetry stuff actually output. And we're running into something wrong with what we're doing here. So I'm gonna restart this service and we'll try some more. Yeah, that GIF is great. Yeah, good call, X Factor. Yeah, there you go, Scratch, for sure. At this point, I've already built my own, so I've checked that box, so I'm good to go. I've got my own feature flag system. We're set. So yeah, first thing I want to do after I use the restroom here real quick, because I got to go pee, is we want to see how we get some of these logs. So let me clear this buffer real quick. Let me just test this out. Let's run it. We see something. We see this actually spitting out data for us. Please don't dox my keys, and they didn't, which is nice. Yes, the metric that we output was gen gauge, sure. Cool, so we see that that worked. We clear buffer. We have a Next.js service running. And if I click back and then do a refresh, we see nothing over here. So that's the flaw. That's the problem. Ooh, that I don't know there, X Factor. I'm not sure. I don't know. But let me go pee. BRB. Okay. I could take inspiration. So no, like the part that we're really trying to do there, Felipe, sorry, is we're trying to do a Next.js integration for this. So the OpenTelemetry stuff doesn't cover Next.js and how to wire that up. And there's a doc from Next about how to do it, but it's only part of it. And it doesn't show any way of wiring this up to the collector that we have running. So that's the part where the docs are giving us a very, like, draw the rest of the owl kind of vibe. Because they don't actually expect you to do this. They'd rather you just use the tool that is way less steps. So that's what we're running into right now. We're not getting any discernible log from our runtime, which is a bummer. What is OpenTelemetry? We kind of just really went into that a bunch. So instead, do I have an OTel command? Yeah. No, it's fine, right? Not your fault. But it's one of those things where, like, I can't possibly do it for every single user. We just got a raid in which we did some of that. The link you shared is a Next app with full integrations? Okay, we'll look at it then. But yeah, OpenTelemetry IO or whatever is maybe the other thing you want to look at that I'm not linking out to properly. So that's my bad. Okay, so the demo repository. We get in here and are you sure? Ah, okay. Ah, okay. So source, front end, and then we do see Next.js config. Cool. What we don't see, though, is an integration file that should be living at this level. So this is not necessarily the official integration at all, which means that it's still not necessarily what we want to call out. So if you go look at it in the Vercel docs, they point out that there is a hook for this. Ooh, no. Like, I'm sorry, Felipe. Let me continue this thought, maybe. There is this experimental instrumentation hook. You need to set that true in your next config.js. Then from there, you end up needing to create an instrumentation.ts file at the top level. Right? And then technically, since we want to do it for the node runtime, but not the edge runtime, because that's totally separate and there's like other things to think about, we end up needing to do an instrumentation.node.ts file, right? So neither of those files exist in their demo. So I don't think this is a demo that we can actually use because that file should exist. There's an OTel package, and they're probably using the OTel package, right? Like the Vercel OTel package. That makes sense. If we look at the package JSON, I bet it's in there, right? No, they're doing like their own custom wiring, it looks like at this point. So they're not even using the Vercel OTel package, from what I can tell. I think another thing we see is that this Next app is a pages router app, not an app router app. So they do end up wiring this up, sure. But yeah, it looks very custom. So where is this instrumentation.js file actually done? They do it as middleware, which is totally different. Yeah, so we want to do this using the Next.js instrumentation hook rather than fully wiring it ourselves. I think maybe there could be a follow-up of not using that. Sure, but for this exact piece of content, we're not trying to do everything, right? We just want to cover enough that it fits within like a 15 to 20 minute video. Wow, Theo's still going, huh? Crazy. Yeah, he doesn't really stream on Thursdays. Yeah, cool. So yeah, what I'm getting at is, yes, there is some instrumentation stuff in here. It's interesting, worthwhile, but it's not the path that we're trying to take. And the path we're trying to take, a lot of the docs are draw the rest of the owl type stuff. Oh, I was hoping I'd be able to get some KFC tonight. Nah, we're way too late. Yeah, the time just went crazy and disappeared today. Open collector dev setup. I mean, let's check it out. Yeah, and thanks for looking. I appreciate that. Let's look. No. So this is only for setting up the collector itself. And we already have the collector running. So yeah, this is not necessary at this point. Right? We have our own collector. We are outputting data via exporters in the way we want. What we need to then do is make our Next.js app proxy to the collector that we have. And yeah, none of their docs have that. So on this page, they even mentioned the thing that you talked about, right? Manual OTel config. We do this. We set all this up. But yeah, draw the rest of the owl. Right? We recommend using our OpenTelemetry dev environment. Okay, cool. And that's the thing they're linking to right there. Oop, hold on. We did not set this environment variable, but we should be seeing something. And we're not seeing anything. Right? Even if it's like, we'd have to set that environment variable for like more OTel, we're not seeing any OTel. And that seems like a problem. Now I wonder if maybe it's a problem based upon like the environment we're in. Do I need to set node env to production? Maybe. No, we just don't have any of those logs. This thing is pretty quick, right? All of our logs and traces and all those things we've seen within 30 seconds. As another example, we have the debug exporter going for our collector, and it's not printing anything. So if we do random telemetry gen of metrics, we see output over here. We could do it for traces, we could do it for logs. We would see something because we have the debug exporter on our collector. But when we are running next, we see nothing in the output over in the collector, which means that it's not being hit. Good questions, though. But yeah, definitely some context you would have had if you'd just been here longer. But not a problem. It's fine. Yeah, exactly. It even says it's compiling our instrumentation. But we're not seeing any of this, right? Our trace exporter should be doing a console log within this output. We're not seeing that. This URL might be wrong, but I'd expect maybe an error about that. Again, something is up, and I'm wondering, like, let's just throw a log in here. Inside instrumentation. And yeah, the spelling doesn't matter, but we'll try and spell it better. So we do that log. Let's restart the server just in case, because that's the only time the Node.js runtime part kind of kicks in. Right? We see both of those, so it means that this is running. So we're good there. It's not some flaw in how this stuff's working. So that's good. So we know that this is getting called. But for some reason, we're just not seeing nothing. So hold on, configure tracer provider. We're not seeing that anywhere. Oh, I see. So log record processor is what we would want in there somewhere. Now we're doing the app directory without a source directory. This is just what was scaffolded by Turbo Repo. Ooh, yeah, hold on. Let me look at it. No, I think it could still be worth it. Right, so they do this part. I'm pretty sure the experimental instrumentation hook and this file are app router specific. So it needs to be in source if using source directory. Okay, so maybe it's not app router specific. Okay. But yeah, we're not using the source directory. We're just, you know, app/foo/ like, you know, that's where all that stuff is. And I think a big part of it is we're seeing instrumentation actually get called. So if we were in the wrong place, I don't think we'd see those logs. But again, thank you for looking. I appreciate it. What happens when we go to page? So that would be this application. We can do a refresh. It's gonna log out some stuff. It's gonna take some time to compile. We created a separate page called foo here that we'll click once it's done. Right, foo is now loading. Boom. See if there are any errors. That's not a bad idea. That's a good call. I was not doing that yet. No, we good. We good, man. But yeah, we don't get any of the logs that we would expect from this. So yeah, something is going wrong. Network calls from the front end. That should not be necessary because we're not wiring up to the client side right now. This is all based upon like the server rendering part. Client side rendering is technically outside of scope for what we're trying to do right now. So we wouldn't see any of these calls from the front end because the back end would be the thing making the network calls to the collector. So I mean, we could refresh and try it, but it's not going to do anything, right? Totally irrelevant. All right, this is just pretty standard stuff there. I think we might be onto something with the thought that maybe this is tied to dev mode versus prod. That could actually be possible. Oh, and real quick, sorry, Hat Trick, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, I'm slacking. And yeah, man, Travis came in here when we were really focusing on other stuff. What was Travis up to today? I'm gonna do another shout out because he's awesome. He was doing game dev stuff. That's right, that's right. And we are doing the manual setup. So yeah, seriously, Felipe, we've done that. Yes, and we are doing the manual setup, and we have created those things, and they are there. But we're not getting any logs from them. We're not getting anything from it. We know that it's there because it's getting called, and it's compiling it. Right? So, I mean, take it easy there. I've already explained that we are following the manual step within those docs. At this point, it seems like you're assuming I didn't read the docs at all. When you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption. Sorry, that's a quote from a movie. I'm not actually trying to call you an ass. If you haven't seen the movie, it's called The Long Kiss Goodnight. The line is delivered by Samuel L. Jackson. Because obviously, no one makes an ass out of Samuel L. Jackson, right? Right, because the original quote is like, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. No. For Samuel L. Jackson's quote, it's when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and umption, because nobody makes an ass out of Samuel L. Jackson. Right, that's the implied joke. So yeah, anyway, just making sure. Not trying to make you feel bad, but just assume that I have read this entire document from top to bottom. At least as far as it matters. For custom spans, maybe we'll want to do something. For default spans in Next, this stuff is just standard, right? Like, we don't have to do anything for this part. That comes out of the box. So yeah, all of these events should be logged. Right? Navigating to a page. We could. We didn't have it there for the longest time. Oh. And yeah, I added that because we were trying to call that to something else. Yeah, we actually had it like this without the URL first. And that's when we realized that we probably need to create or pass the URL that we're expecting to send to. Because if you're going to be doing this on your own for your own production service, yeah, your collector is going to be some internet addressable URL. So you're going to have to be able to pass that somewhere. But their docs don't mention it anywhere, right? And that's the biggest problem. That's why I'm calling it a draw the rest of the owl kind of problem. They give you a little bit, but they don't give you the whole thing. Which means you are left up to the task of figuring out the parts that they left out. And yeah, once we figure it out, I will leave them some feedback so that they can make this better for other people. But what this really hints at to me is that nobody actually tried to do this. They wrote up a doc for it, but did they actually try and follow their own steps? I don't think so. So yeah, they're assuming you use the dev setup for the collector. One thing I want to get at is, these seem like new docs. Again, it's an experimental feature, so it's not a problem. I'm not saying like, how dare they? All I'm saying is simply, there's stuff we got to figure out, and we're at the step of figuring it out. And then eventually, when we do figure it out, yeah, we can totally just help them out by proposing some changes to the docs. Why not? I'm pretty sure this entire docs site is open source, right? So yeah, totally. We could even make a PR for it. Why not? But we got to figure out the part we're missing first. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but that's the point there, Fabrito. That is not the common expected case. Instead, a collector that takes things in and proxies to those is actually the expected thing. So as far as spinning up your own collector, which you probably want to do, if you're trying to like not use a service and do it on your own, right? That is not documented. And that's a problem to me. Right? Like, look at it this way. When would you ever have Zipkin, Prometheus, and Jaeger inside of Vercel for your Next.js app to actually proxy to them? You wouldn't. That's not something you do. So no matter what, you have to pass these values to a different URL, not 0000. Right? So even then, in dev mode, sure, you're not going to be doing that in production. How do we make it work in production? That's the part we need to figure out. And we're doing it in dev in a way that needs to mimic production, not a local host version of Jaeger or Zipkin or whatever. The collector is basically the gateway. 888-9? So try that port where? That's what I'm getting at, Fabrito. Or sorry, Felipe. Try that port where? Are you saying here in this trace exporter? I mean, I think we just discovered that this trace exporter's URL isn't doing anything. Why would that matter? Let me put it that way. What service do you think is running that would be on 888-9? We don't have any service running on that port. Ooh, Calamero, yeah, running out of inodes is a huge problem. Let me put it this way, though. Did you run out of inodes because of logging? Right, like log rotation type stuff? You might just need to clear out your log folder. I've run into that a bunch of times. Right? Typically, when I've run out of inodes, it's because I had a broken log rotation script. For sure. Yep. I've had that same problem, so don't feel bad about it. I think there is some version of like Ubuntu server that shipped with a broken log rotator. So it's not your fault, right? I bet you're running on Ubuntu server right now, right? They may have fixed it since then, but if you're on that older image, that's all there is to it. Good luck. So yeah, I would say you probably need to fix your log rotation script. So yeah, I mean, we could throw 888-9 here. I don't think that's gonna do anything though. Right? We don't have an actual service listening on that port. The service we have is spun up in our config YAML, listening, receiving on these two ports. So at this point, we need to be able to configure whatever ports we decide, because that's the process that matters, right? Making our process work for hard-coded ports on the Next.js end sounds terrible to me. When instead, yeah, it should be fully configurable based upon whatever port you want to spin this stuff up on. Whatever host you want to spin this stuff up on. So I get it, right? We could at least troubleshoot enough to know if that's the issue. And, you know, that's why I'm willing to try it. But I'm just going to point out, like, even if we figure it out and 888-9 works, it still doesn't solve the problem of us not being able to configure the ports that we actually want to use. So yes, right now this is simply, I understand the process you're trying to get at there, Felipe, right? This is, let's at least understand what the problem even is, right? This is part of like the diagnosis phase, but actually fixing the problem is going to involve using our own ports anyway. So yeah, understanding the problem, sure, let's try and use whatever they might have hard-coded or whatever. But man, something ain't right. Do I host everything myself? It seems like most hosters limit usability more and more. So Calamero, it depends on the host you're deciding upon. If you really want to have full ownership, yeah, use something other than Dio. And if you want to just like fiddle with, you know, just a VPS very cheaply and totally separate from your other stuff, and as long as you don't care about it existing in a year, because some of these providers are meh, right? Maybe check out Low End Box and some of the people that advertise things on their platform. So as a quick example, you can get a 768 RAM like megabyte RAM VPS for $10 a year. The problem is, yeah, at $10 a year, they are probably overselling their nodes, and they may not exist in a year because they could actually make more money by just dying in a month or two. But at that point, like with DigitalOcean, you'd spend $5 a month, and if this thing lasts a year, you've already made your money back within 2 months, you know? So yeah, keep in mind, I don't trust any of these random companies to exist in the long term. And I don't trust them to not oversell the nodes they're on. However, if you just want to have something to fiddle with, to throw up random BS side projects, etc., this is not a bad idea. And it's KVM Solus VM, so like you're not being oversold nearly as bad as if they were doing like OpenVZ or something, right? So it's not terrible. I'd say, yeah, you want to get your feet wet using VPSs, check out Low End Box for some of their like really cheap deals. $1.50 a month for this one, right? I think let's double check the DigitalOcean equivalent. So a droplet for $4 a month. Ooh, they've actually dropped that price, which is nice. So for $4 a month, you're getting 512 megs, right? 10 gig SSD, 500 gig transfer, 1 CPU. For this one, you're getting 1 CPU, you're getting 512, right? 30 gigs of storage instead, right? A terabyte of bandwidth, and it's $1.50. So there's some price performance metrics. The biggest thing to remember though is I would never, ever, ever, if I was still freelancing, I would never host a client's projects on these guys, on any of the people you'd find here. Plex stopped people from running it on Hostinger. I had not heard that before. That's gnarly. Interesting, Felipe. I would say you're probably better off with these like smaller providers in that way then, because why would Plex have any care in the world about who the hell cloudserver.com is or whatever, right? Hostinger is big. Cloudserver.com or whatever it is not. Oh, Hetzner. Sure, I get that. Again, Hetzner is big. Hostinger is also pretty big. But just pointing out that, like, dude, these guys are so small and fly by night, and someone could spin up an entirely new service with a brand new name very cheaply. Because most of these places are just using existing, data centers and just, renting out commodity-wise. Which is why you'll end up seeing that a lot of them share the same data centers. It's why, like, West Coast, there's LA, San Fran, San Jose, and Seattle. Because that's where the big data centers actually are. And these people are just renting dedicated boxes, basically, at these data centers. You could spin up your own hosting provider fairly easily, actually. And there are people who have made it their business to, like, spin up a new hosting provider, collect a bunch of money from, like, prepaid year-long stuff, and then they're dead in 6 months, and, yeah, they made major money off of you in the aggregate. So it's a big thing to be aware of. You will find shady providers on Low End Box. You'll also find really good ones, though. Yeah, there is definitely the aspect of the rug pull. However, if you're spending $10 for a year versus the 2 months you would get from DigitalOcean, I mean, if I get 4 months out of it, I've made profit on the deal. So yeah, go ahead and rug pull me, but I'll still be bummed. But less bummed than I would be, But yeah, let me just point out that this site has existed for years. Years. I was using them back when I wanted to learn about VPSs and I didn't want to pay for a full-on Linode. Like, node, right? For 1 month of Linode, back then, I could get a year of hosting. Ooh, yeah, so I get that, Felipe, that makes sense to me, but I would never, ever, ever, ever do that with client stuff. And back when I was learning any of this and I was like trying to like, you know, freelance and all that stuff, where I would be living was also up in the air. And upload speed was massively, massively limited. Nowadays, if you're in like a major metropolitan area, you could have gigabit up. Like, you know, your bandwidth for up speeds could be really good. But back in 2012, nah. And one other thing to remember is that a lot of home and like residential internet plans actually explicitly forbid you hosting services for other people on your own home network that you expose to the internet. It's actually in the TOS. They rarely go after people who do it, but once you're actually consuming more than they want you to, they might look at understanding the shape of your traffic and recognize that you're serving stuff, and then pull that rug from you. So I would not do any of that. I get it. And then at that point, you know what you're doing is wrong. Right? You know you're breaking TOS. And we can't endorse people doing that here. I'm sorry, like, you can do whatever you want, but I will not encourage anybody to do such a thing. For the most part, on this stream, ethics trump everything. And yes, I don't mean Trump as in like the politician. I mean Trump as in like Trump cards, like, you know, like card gaming. Yes, I get it, Mr. Steezy McSteez, but please just recognize that like what you're proposing is somewhat unethical because you know the real reason you said it, right? So come on, man. Try and keep ethics front of mind and don't go counter to them on this stream, please. I understand, yes, people can read between the lines though, and I'd rather not have that be representative of anything we chat about here. I am maybe one of the strictest streamers in this category about how I let chat conduct themselves. I get that. I am stricter than most. However, I do it for a reason. I mean, Felipe, we just showed you that you can host using a fly-by-night, who cares if they exist in a month provider for the cost of 2 months of DigitalOcean. You could actually get a full year and more RAM, more bandwidth, and a guaranteed 1 gigabit per second connection to the internet. That's pretty huge. That's really good. So I just want to point out, for $10 a year, you can get what you can get on DigitalOcean for only 2 months. So Ciro, here's the big thing. You should be doing your processes, how you do data backups, how you do other things, in a way that if the provider disappears, you can spin it up as quickly as possible on another provider very quickly, right? So it's actually a good way of practicing that. I know, you might say you do. I'm just pointing out that to save $10, technically, no, what you're saving is $50. To host a service on DigitalOcean for a comparable rate is $60 a year, right? $5 a month. You're saving $50 by using this service for your services that you don't care that much about. And you get to practice being able to make it portable. So you get value out of just the process. I would not do this for any client work. I would not do this for any major thing, right? Servers are cattle, not pets. That's a good way of looking at it. And you've said that before, Sheep, right? Your servers are something you should not care about. You should be able to spin whatever you have up on any server, and your backup process should be that good that maybe you lose a little bit of the lag time between the one service dying and the other. But man, like, yeah. You should be able to spin up your service anywhere. Super easy. And if not, you got some learning to do. And that's fine. That's totally okay. We all have learning to do. But instead, you can practice that learning very cheaply. In some countries, the $50 you would save goes very far. Ooh, yeah, so Scratchmax, I'm sorry. I'm gonna give you regulars privileges, but we just don't want to hear the tabs comments. I'm sorry, like, we just don't want to do it there. Scratch. I'll totally untime you out, because that was an automated thing. That's my bad. But just please, man. You are number 549. Mentioning the tabs here on stream. Where would you have drawn the line of just not wanting to hear it anymore? Probably way less than 500, right? So have a little empathy there. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm glad you get it. It's one of those things, we deal with it so much that I need to be better about the spiel around why we just don't want to hear it. So yeah, don't worry, Scratch, like, you're totally fine, man. I really appreciate the apology, though. Thank you. I mean, I have to be. If I'm just like my impatient, dickish self, no one would watch, right? So streaming has made me a better person. And that's thanks to everyone watching. It does mean that I still have moments where I'm not as good of a person as I should be. And I'm working on it, okay? I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying. Who knows the movie I just referenced with the Ringo line? Damn right, Acid Spark knows. Yeah, good call there, Acid Spark. I believe that you didn't even have to Google that one. Hell yeah, Acid Spark. I might say that line often enough that, like, you've already heard me rant about it. Ante up, you pig fuckers, or I'll kill every last one of you, or something like that. Yeah, for sure. Like, she is not cool. There's zero cool involved in Honey Bunny. Or I'll execute every last one of you. That's the line. That was it. Ante up, you pig fuckers, or I'll execute every last one of you. Like, yeah, it's a good scene. It's solid. I'm not giving you this money. I'm buying something. Yeah, exactly, dude. That movie is great. It is a great film. I will point out that my parents let me watch it way too young. Like, I was way too young when I saw that movie. I believe it was one of those movies where, like, they were watching it on, like pay-per-view. And I wandered out to the living room to, like, watch a bunch of it. Hey, Talons, how you doing? I have not seen Dune 2 yet. I haven't seen Dune 1, like the Villanueva version. I have seen the...
Imagine the superhero Quantum Weaver, also known as Talons.
Ooh, let's listen to this real quick. I have seen the 80s version.
Subatomic symbols, they are the master of particle physics. Talon's extraordinary powers include the ability to manipulate the fundamental particles of the universe, bending the very fabric of space-time to their will. Their origin story is one of a brilliant scientist caught in a particle accelerator mishap during an experiment with tau neutrinos, which infused their body with the essence of the elusive tauon particles. Tauons can now teleport, create force fields, and emit bursts of energy. Fueled by the mysteries of quantum mechanics, they protect the world from threats both microscopic and cosmic, always one quantum leap ahead of danger.
Quantum Leap reference? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. Oh, so yeah, real quick, let's do the shout out. Tauons, if you liked the announcer doing that thing for you, just send me a message on Discord and I'll send you that audio clip. Just let me know. I will happily send that to you. So yeah, Talons, what were you up to? You can walk again, kinda. Oh my god. Was that it? That was the hip thing, right? And you had your surgery recently? Is that something I'm kind of remembering, but barely? Sorry, Sid. Sorry, Fluens. We just deleted the comment. I would recommend not doing those comments again because, yeah, we get the tabs comments too much. Scratch. You see what I'm talking about, right? Scratch, you totally know what I'm talking about now, right? New hip installed. Hell yeah, I'm happy for you. Like, how's it feel? I assume you're still doing some physical therapy, etc. But it's getting better, right? Probably a bunch of scar tissue or, you know, just inflammation still from all that stuff. Are you basically like part robot now? Are you mechanical? I'm sorry, I'm just joking. It's tight in there, so you got some massage in a while. You got some massage in while winding down the raid. Nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, so Talons, did you hear the audio clip just now? Where our, like, bot imagined you as a superhero? You are mechanical, but not a cyborg. Okay, yeah, you might not have been there. We're gonna play it again for you. But if you want the audio clip, just send me a message on Discord and I'll send you the WAV file. Like, no problem. So here you go. Basically, whenever we get raided, we do a fun thing.
Thanks for the support. Imagine the superhero Quantum Weaver, also known as Talons. Enveloped in a radiant suit embedded with subatomic symbols, they are the master of particle physics. Talon's extraordinary powers include the ability to manipulate the fundamental particles of the universe, bending the very fabric of space-time to their will. Their origin story is one of a brilliant scientist caught in a particle accelerator mishap during an experiment with tau neutrinos, which infused their body with the essence of the elusive tauon particles. Tauons can now teleport, create force fields, and emit bursts of energy. Fueled by the mysteries of quantum mechanics, they protect the world from threats both microscopic and cosmic, always one quantum leap ahead of danger.
Always one quantum leap ahead of danger. I love that line. That was good. So yeah, just in case you want to do something similar, it cost me about 12 cents to have that created. Yeah, for sure. Cost me about 12 cents via Vappy.ai, and they even like list out the things that you're paying for versus like their overhead on top. Their overhead on top was like a penny or two, right? And then, yeah, they're proxying out to other providers like OpenAI and just other things too. So yeah, it cost me about maybe 12 cents, maybe up to like 20 cents. I do that for raiders because it's fun. You can configure this yourself. If you click that link, you would have to go sign up for Vappy, give them your credit card or whatever, and give them the prompt that you would use, right? So you could envision your subs as super villains instead if you want, or whatever else you want to think of, right? Maybe imagine them as Nobel Prize winners and like what they won their Nobel Prize for. I don't know, like, I don't care. We can do anything. If you make something really fun with it, I'd love to see it. But yeah, like using this service, all I did was wire the Vappy API up to TMI.js. So I listened for the raid event, bits, subscriptions, gifted subs, etc., right? So really all I did was like the wiring of TMI.js to Vappy, but also allowing like a streamer to configure which like triggers they want to allow, right? So if money is tight, yeah, don't do the raids thing, just do it on like subs and bits. And then yeah, you're like spending 20 cents for every 100 bits someone does, or 20 cents for every like sub that you get, and the subs are like $2.50 in your pocket, right? So your return on investment is pretty good. It's a good way of like encouraging that type of interaction. So yeah, I think you just took me up on that offer. Hell yeah. Yeah, let me do the friend request part. Absolutely. And then let me send you that audio clip. Let me download it. Formant tracking libs like Fast Track. I'm not familiar with Fast Track. But yeah, let me just download this clip and then I'll send it to you. So yeah, I'm glad you're stoked on it too. I really think it's quite fun. And if you end up doing it for your stream, I'd love to see what you do with it. That'd be cool too. So real quick before we move back to what we're doing, or maybe get tired and try and do something so I can eat some food. Man, I don't even know what food I'm gonna eat. That's the tough part. I got stuff to cook. I can cook something. It'll be fine. But, yeah, have you been playing any games lately, Talons? Right? If you ever want to game together on whatever, just let me know. I've pretty much tapped out of the WoW stuff. I'm probably going to cancel that subscription before they renew it, like, next month. Sushi? Not a bad idea. There's not, like, a good sushi spot nearby. There is, but they're trying to close right now anyway. I'd have to pick some type of, like, fast food place, maybe, or just find something to eat here at home, which I can totally do. I got Brie for days. Technically, no, I got 2 Brie wheels, and then, I got sardines or other like canned fish I can eat with it. That'll probably be it. I was hoping to do fried chicken, but the KFC nearby, they lock their doors pretty much now. They have let me walk through the drive-thru, but that feels super weird when I do it. The fact that they've even let me do that before is kind of crazy. Meanwhile, like McDonald's and Dairy Queen, like they're like a drive away or something. Like, we could do it. So you purchased SMTP service for $11 a year. It syncs with Outlook. And now you're using PHP Mailer to automate the mail. It's cheap and has no limits like API services do. So here's the thing though, right? Zero, I get it. For $11 a year, that's not bad. But the moment someone flags your stuff as spam, every other user gets your email as spam as well. And they won't see it. So then you got to tell them to check their spam folder. You're going to have to say that anyway, but the fact that it's going to be in their spam folder pretty much guaranteed over time is actually why you want to pay for a provider. Or at least like just use a provider. Yeah, no worries, X Factor. I'll be streaming tomorrow for sure. Hell yeah. I'm actually trying to stream a bunch of stuff. And yeah, let me know how Focus View works for you. I really want to hear your feedback. You are using the provider. Hold on, wait, what provider? You shouldn't need any SMTP plugin for $11. So, hold on. What you're saying is like the Outlook version of it, right? So like Azure, basically? Okay. So keep in mind though, still, this ends up being the same as like Amazon's, what is it, like SMS, simple message service or something like that? They have a vested interest in not being on the spam lists, which is good, but they are not as like adamant about it as other services are. So if you need guaranteed deliverability, AWS or Azure work, but it's not great. No, you're saying it works flawless. I don't think you're recognizing the flaws that will be exposed the moment someone reports your email as spam. Those flaws will not be immediately apparent. That's a thing that happens over time. Yeah, I get it. I can set up an SPF record. I can do all sorts of stuff. But at the end of the day, the moment a person does that, you're fucked. So here's the thing, Zero, if you sign up for SendMail, they are on the hook for justifying and like removing you from spam lists. There's basically a service out there that manages the spam list, and you need to get yourself removed from that. SendGrid, part of their value add is that they do that automatically. Azure and Amazon, meh. They're not as on the ball as some of the other better providers. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of it may work until it doesn't. And that's where some of the other API-based providers are a better value add. So here's another thing that I feel like is worth shouting out. You can totally do SMTP wiring with SendGrid and Postmark and all the other providers. You don't have to use the API. You can send directly from SMTP to their server that then proxies it out to people. So, like, the wiring of your sending, right? The mechanism of that is less important. What matters is what the end result server that sends out the email is doing. And if they're not very active on getting themselves removed from, like, spam lists, you're up to the same problem. So basically, think about it this way. What would a spam provider, right? Someone whose whole business is spamming people, what would they use? They would opt for something like SMS via Amazon or the Azure version or whatever, right? Whatever's cheap. No, and I get you. I just want to point out, like, the inherent danger to using a service that doesn't care that much. And that's really the premium you pay for by picking something like SendGrid or Postmark. So hold up, the ability to use more than one domain sounds like your ability to just have multiple accounts. Right? Like, really, Ciro, could you just create a second SendGrid account and be good to go? And then you solve all of those problems? I would say, actually, a separate account for every domain is actually the proper way to do that. Oh, they don't like it. They actually have a problem with it? Oh, they're two-factor auth. You're not wrong. I remember that. Yeah, their Authy app. Dude, yeah, that part sucks. That's why I think a lot of people end up recommending Postmark instead, because it may be a little bit better about that. So yeah, SendGrid I mentioned, but if you didn't look at Postmark, I was really trying to steer you towards Postmark. Because I've heard other people complain about SendGrid's processes. Now, granted, like, SendGrid has those processes, which means that spammers just won't use it, which means that you have, like, way more guarantees about deliverability. So it's like a double-edged sword. Of course it makes it harder for you, but it makes it harder for spammers too. And that's actually like a win-win. So again, do whatever you want. Yeah, cool, whatever. You got it, you're fine. When you need to worry about it again, you'll worry about it. But I would simply be on the lookout for customers saying that their email didn't get delivered. And then a problem that you didn't think you wanted to solve or had to solve or even needed to worry about becomes a problem that you need to solve immediately. So the idea is simply like being able to save yourself that issue in the future. They make it hard, but that barrier to entry is the thing that specifically deters spammers and makes their service just objectively better because it's more deliverable, right? Objectively better in the terms of deliverability. Not developer experience, but deliverability specifically. So I would simply say, like, yeah, SendGrid equals frustration, Postmark equals love. Sure, I get it. I think this is such a fuzzy, BS-y statement that I would ignore it, but I have heard from people that I do trust that, yeah, the SendGrid process is a bunch of rigmarole. Like, it's effort for the sake of effort. But that also turns off spammers and makes their service more reliable because of it. But I've heard Postmark is really good. So, again, I don't know. Postal. I don't remember Postal. I'm just completely unaware of Postal. I think the big thing to recognize Marvel Scorpion is that what I'm talking about is, I remember reading a blog post by someone at one point where they were talking about, like, the barrier to entry of establishing your own email service, like business, right? And you basically need millions of dollars to break into that industry because of the effort involved of keeping your server that's sending these things out on other people's behalf from getting added to like spam lists. So really, like, there is a barrier to entry in this entire industry for like transactional emails, kind of for a reason, right? The higher barrier that the service provider imposes on you as a dev means the higher barrier to entry for a spammer with illegitimate stuff going on, right? So anything that filters out spammers is just inevitably going to make it harder for you as a dev. But that's actually kind of a benefit, not a bug. It's a feature, not a bug. I think that's a very important distinction to make. This is a tweet. This is a tweet that needs to be made. Like, why would you do that? There are very, like, legitimately valid reasons to do it, right? Newsletters, etc. There are absolutely valid reasons for that. And the moment someone treats the newsletter they signed up for as spam and label it as spam, it now becomes your problem. So yeah, I think there is a tweet behind this somewhere. I'm going to schedule it for tomorrow morning, but let's try and think about this. So yeah, we got to make sure we optimize around that 280 characters. Yeah, we're gonna post this for tomorrow, the 22nd, at like what? Basically 8 a.m. So yeah, anyway, I really appreciate you chatting about this with me because it led to what I think is going to be a solid tweet. Is it going to be doing numbers like this tweet I did the other day? Probably not, right? And really, the amount of numbers that this tweet did is probably because Theo directly replied to it. So I really appreciate him for that one. It would not have seen anything close to that engagement without him commenting on it. So yeah, he's a good dude. I really appreciate him. Right? I don't make tweets that hit numbers like that on a regular basis. I don't. I just simply don't. And it's okay. I'm fine with it. But man, when you do hit that, you can't buy that feeling, okay? You can't buy, I mean, technically you could buy that feeling by making it an ad. So I get that. You could buy that feeling, but you can't buy the feeling of doing it organically. And that's huge. That's really cool. Yeah, it kind of blows my mind that the company I currently work for does spend money on ads for YouTube content and Twitter content, etc., right? Which means that content I make could be in front of 100,000 people, like, easily. Versus, like, I gotta really do it well to hit anything like that. Like, yeah, it's just, it blows my mind. I know you can buy these things. I would never consider doing that for my own personal channels, because I don't consider that valuable. But for a company, that is totally valuable, right? But if I'm not growing organically, why would I spend money on it, you know? Oh, if I could type. So yeah, anyway, you know, we are in rant mode for the most part. I'm okay with it. I've done worse. I do have to figure out what food I'm gonna eat tonight. I ate some crackers midday, so my appetite is way off right now. I'm not even that hungry right now. I also stayed up till 4 a.m. yesterday. So yeah, my appetite's all over the place right now. So yeah, that's a tougher thing. Technically, I stayed out in Seattle till 2 a.m. at a karaoke night kind of thing, whatever. And then I started driving home. I had a bit of the whiskey in me. Probably shouldn't have been driving. I don't think I was over the line. But I did end up just driving and thinking, and then all of a sudden being wait, where am I? And then having to navigate back home, which was fine. I had my phone and all that stuff, not a big deal. But yeah, I ended up in a part of Seattle I don't think I've ever been to, just because I started getting you know, when you're driving and you just let your brain think about things and you're just, you know, letting the road go where it goes. I ended up on one of those situations, and yeah, I was in like South Seattle, like borderline Tacoma, before I realized it. And then, yeah, I had to like navigate back to I-5 and I-90. But yeah, it was actually good. I had like a great time just thinking while driving. Who here does their best thinking while they're driving? I actually do some of my best thinking while driving. Right? The computer isn't in front of me, so I have to think abstractly. And it forces totally different like thought patterns. Right, like I didn't make it far enough south that I needed to like just take 405 from where it meets up with like SeaTac. I wasn't that far south. But yeah, still interesting. All right, so back to the hotel stuff. Yeah, I don't think the dev setup here matters. And yeah, Felipe, if you're still even out there, if you have thoughts, we can act on them. I think the big thing is we are not exposing any receiver endpoints other than 4317 and 4318. Honestly, I'd love to reach out to Vadim from Highlight if he would be willing to like chat about some of this process as we're doing it. But it's one of those things where we take long enough to do things that I wouldn't want to keep someone like captive for that moment, right? I don't want to bring someone on a call just for like one troubleshooting moment. So I'd love to figure this out first in a way that we can do this in like a self-hosted way. So yeah, just thinking out loud, just pointing it out. I'm willing to bet that Vadim from Highlight would be really down to just hang out and chat, right? And talk about Highlight. Like, I bet he'd be stoked. As long as it's, like, within the hours of the day that he's willing to wake up. You know? If we want to do this at 8 a.m., Vadim would not be down. Like, no way. I get it. I totally get it. Yeah. That's like a true CTO. I totally get it. I don't want to wake up at 8 a.m. You know? Hell no. So, I think he and I are aligned on why would I wake up that early kind of stuff. Which means that he might be more down for just like a random afternoon thing. Right? Could we book out an hour of his time? That way it's like time boxed and chat through like how we do some of this? That might be cool. That might be really worthwhile. I should probably reach out to him to see if he wants to do like tomorrow or Saturday. And besides that, I might not be able to do anything until Friday when we have our next like call. So yeah, that becomes trickier. But yeah, like, all these guys from Highlight, very human, you know? Like, I don't know how to describe this any other way. They, like, when you're doing, like, an interview for a potential hire of, like, a dev for your company, there's definitely, like, would you be willing to be... like the layover test. Would you be willing to be in an airport laid over for hours at a time with this person? Would you actually have valid conversations? Could you go get a drink and hang out in the meantime? Like those kind of things. Like that's a valid test of an employee, right? But it actually goes both ways. As an employee, would you want to be stuck in an airport with your boss or with the person interviewing you? That's actually a pretty good test that goes both ways. Would you want to spend any amount of non-work time with this person? And I think that is a major, major thing that even us as devs interviewing at jobs, like, you need to consider that at least, like, yeah, maybe not with the HR person, because no one wants to spend time with HR. No offense, anyone in HR. Just saying, come on. Reality. But with your manager, with the potential, like, hiring manager for the team you would be on, would you actually want to spend time laid over at some airport with them? And that's like a major metric to like really judge companies based on. The interview process goes both ways. You're not just like making sure that they approve of you, you need to approve of them. Sometimes early career, you just got to take what you can get. Once you've actually proven that you can do the job, you can also be a chooser, not just a beggar. So yeah, anyway, sorry, I'm ranting. We are in rant mode right now. It's 10 p.m. We've been streaming for almost 9 hours. 1 hour of that was like a meeting, sure, but holy shit, dude. Yeah, basically 9 hours of streaming, let's say 8. Whew. The fact that it didn't feel like 8 hours. That's on y'all. That is a product of the community I feel like I've curated here. But really, y'all curate yourself as well. So yeah, thank you. Tink. So mini scruff, that's not a bad one. I think sometimes it's worth asking an answer or asking a question where you don't even know the answer. Right? Then it becomes an exercise in like an unanswerable question, which we all deal with on the job, right? We can't know the answer until we've tried. And even then, after we've tried, we don't necessarily know if what we did was right. That is a major use case to evaluate how someone deals with ambiguity in the workplace, because they will have to deal with ambiguity in the workplace. Like, that's a certainty. Oh, that's a tweet. Oh, that's like a LinkedIn tweet, even. Oh, man. Yeah. Paradoxically, ambiguity in the workplace is a certainty. Yeah, so hold on. It may be a paradox, but ambiguity in the workplace is a certainty. Seeing how applicants react to ambiguity is a legitimate interview tactic. Right? It may be a paradox or at least unintuitive. Right? There we go. Yeah. So let's schedule this for Saturday. How about that one? Oh. Sure, why not? Oh, I should have done one of those. There we go. He did it 3 minutes ago. Shit. All right. Now it just feels like I'm stalking at this point. My bad. But yeah, mini scruff, I like that approach. I will typically, like, let me put it this way. I've been in the place of the senior Angular engineer on my team, interviewing people for basically my job because I was a contractor through another company instead, and I wasn't employed by the company I was interviewing for, or interviewing people for. It wasn't explicitly spelled out that I was interviewing people for my job, but I figured it out. Like, come on. However, yes, as the senior Angular engineer, I would ask them some questions about them actually being senior Angular engineers. Like, hey, how would you evaluate the user's token and log them out when it's invalid? And I was looking for a very specific answer every single time, and pretty much nobody I interviewed answered it right. We ended up hiring at least one person that answered it wrong completely anyway, but we hired them into the back end because they were just a good engineer, right? And the back end needed good engineers. Whereas on the front end, we needed good Angular developers, which is a very different like subset of good engineers. So yeah, like I didn't say like, nope, they're unhireable because they didn't get this thing. But if you don't know the answer, like the one word answer of interceptor as a senior Angular engineer, I immediately know you've never led an Angular project. You've never been the person that needed to fine tune the interceptor. Whatever, right? There's one person per team that ever does that thing. And that's fine. If you haven't done that before, don't feel bad. But I would simply say you're not cut out to lead a team if you've never done that part. And I had like a series of questions along those lines. It's not just if you failed that one part, you're out. I don't conduct interviews that way. It's simply like a gauge. Like, oh, you didn't get that part? Well, let's chat about other parts of like application building, greenfielding, and like leading an Angular team. How would you do X, Y, and Z? How do you feel about Next.js? Like, there are numerous things I can ask a person about Angular development, etc. React as well. Even if they were a React engineer. Interceptor is a term they should know. If they don't know the term, but they understand how to wire it up, cool, whatever. It's middleware to your HTTP logic, right? That's fine. Yeah. There are keywords to listen for. If they say, well, yeah, you just establish a callback for every route that deals with it, no. You mean you want to duplicate all that logic from page to page? No. Right? So yeah, I've dealt with those types of things. Like, you don't have to answer every question, but holy shit. If you don't understand some of the fundamentals about like reducing the duplication of logic for the framework that you use, you're definitely not lead material. If we were hiring a junior, I'd have different criteria, you know? So, yeah, Mini Scruff, I don't typically have questions that build upon each other that much when I'm interviewing people. I'll ask you just one question that is its own unique situation. You fail that one? Sure, I'll move on to something else. If you tell me that your bread and butter is not Angular and it's React, I mean, I know enough React, I can ask you questions to know if you're bullshitting me. Right? Where would you wire up this logic? Things like that. If it's still down to a per route or per page basis, you fail. Like, come on, man. Is there not some middleware you could establish, context, etc., like anything? Come on. Every page needs this boilerplate? You're not gonna immediately fail if you can explain it to me as like, well, no, I do it in like the layout for a Next.js app. Okay. Sure, I could see that. All right, right? The layout for every route beneath it depends upon the layout for the top level. And in that layout, you're doing auth stuff, etc., or whatever, like, okay. All right, I can see that. It's not the right answer, but it's not necessarily the wrong answer, you know? As far as app dev goes, I like the fact that I have so much experience doing so in various frameworks, etc. It means I can cut through people's BS really well. So almost, should I be doing like dev interviewer as a service? That might be a business right there. Hey, do you have a team in which you're trying to do hiring and you want me to like really just cut through the chaff? You can pay me hourly for my time invested into interviewing your potential applicants. A practice interview site. Yeah, I get that. That sounds awesome. But what I'm saying is, like, I would love to be like the first contact for a thing. Round one interview as a service. Right? Between recruiter and your team. Yeah. The BS barrier, basically. Yep. And it's recorded. We pass on the recording to you and you make the decision. We give an initial, like, I don't know, or yes, maybe, or a no, flat out. But it's up to you to be like, well, we still want to give them a chance. Sure. Right? Dude, that's a product. Right there. That is fully business viable. Round one interview as a service. That is a really business viable thing. Because it costs your company more money than it would cost actually to just like pay someone to do it. When your like best engineer wastes time during an interview that like, yeah, no, this person had no idea what they're talking about, but you brought in your lead engineer for that interview, like that is a half hour to an hour of their time that you can't get back, that you're paying your lead engineer for. But why are you wasting their time on this thing that you could have just filtered someone out? Yeah, no, I see major value to that idea, for sure. It is really like 2 hours of dev time for a 1 hour interview. For a half hour interview, it's like a minimum hour of dev time because the context switching between them, right? Preparing for the interview, etc. Yeah, like bare minimum for a half hour, like doubling the amount of time the interview takes. For that, bare minimum, right? So resume review, I would say, is outside of scope. Resume review is really HR's job. I don't think we want to like eat into HR's responsibilities. No, so I get it, X. And yeah, the whole point is you can do the initial filtering. Right? I see the really passive aggressive ... Come on. I can read online speak. You're like really almost being sarcastic with your comment at that point, right? You absolutely miss the context we're talking about. Yeah, I can read passive aggressive. As a passive aggressive individual, yes, I can read what you did there. And it's not the right thing for a first message. So I'm going to throw that out there right now. Any chat you go into, avoid the passive aggressiveness as your first comment, and you'll have a better time. However, you already missed the context that we're talking about. This is simply between HR and the team that you're interviewing with. that's fine. I hope you recognize that the ... is almost always perceived as passive-aggressive. I would avoid them in the future simply for that one reason. Right? If I do a statement and then a ... basically that statement is followed up by that face. If you start off your statement with that face, you better immediately recognize that no one's going to want to acknowledge you and treat you like a human being. Yeah, the ... is something to actually completely avoid unless you mean it passive-aggressively. I mean, I can read the bye statement as pretty passive-aggressive too. Like, dude, I was about to give you, like, the exact response to your comment, but you're already being passive-aggressive? So why do I want to respond to any comment you've made so far? Yeah, bye. You invalidated everything you said up to that point. Why would I respond to any of it now? Later. Cheers. Your passive-aggressive comment was actually going to be responded to in earnest. Until you said bye with a question mark. And yeah, I just know I don't need to entertain you whatsoever anymore. So, bye. That's so weird to me. Like, that's what we deal with in Twitch chat. Those kinds of people. If you ever wonder why Twitch streamers treat you like a stranger immediately rather than someone who means well, that person's entire interaction is it. They started out with a passive-aggressive ... at the start of their statement. And then said nothing up to that point. And then finally, because we were calling them out for their BS, they said bye. So yeah, like, seriously. Learn how to chat with people online. ... ain't it. Passive-aggressive bye, ain't it. Hopefully that person learns. I'm pressing X to doubt right now. So, Mini Scruff, are you doing the ... for a reason there? Yeah, there you go, right? The ... means something. If you throw it in there willy-nilly, you're saying something you didn't mean at that point. So, good example, but also not good. Not a good statement because of the bad ... So I appreciate you making the example, but man, I am like, the moment I read the ... I wanted to ignore everything you said. Right? It implies a tone. And that tone is typically, I know better. Sure, right? It's a common thing. I see people from a specific culture use ... often. I really wonder if they realize what they're saying with the ... at the end of their sentence. I know their intent is that, hey, I'm just saying a thing that I'm expecting you to riff on or say something in response to. But instead, that's not what is communicated in many cases. So yeah, no worries. I get it. You didn't even do it on purpose, and that's the crazy part. So I get it there, Acid Spark. It didn't mean that before internet time. Who cares? We are in internet time now, though, and they mean a very specific thing. Your ignorance of what it means nowadays doesn't matter how it gets perceived, right? The number one thing that matters in online communication is how it is received, not how you thought you were communicating it. That's actually how it works in general with communication. You might be the most sincere person ever, but if your voice sounds extremely sarcastic or bored, who cares? No one's going to listen to what you're saying. No one's going to actually think what you're saying is important if your tone is off. And online, all we have is punctuation to dictate your tone. Online, all we have is punctuation because we can't hear your tone. Yeah, the responsibility lies on the communicator, not the receiver. If your communication is easily misconstrued, you're just not communicating very well. And that doesn't matter, Acid Spark. The guy that created GIFs pronounces it GIF. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna pronounce it GIF. That dude's just plain wrong. It's graphical image format, or interchange format, not giraffical interchange format. That dude's just plain wrong, okay? Here on Twitch, if you want to actually convey sarcasm, right? /s works. That's actually the Twitch version of it, right? Or sorry, not Twitch. That's the Reddit version of sarcasm. Here on Twitch, technically, kappa is the way you denote sarcasm. So much so that we had to create a command around it. If you're trying to be sarcastic, no one will know you're trying to be sarcastic unless you have an obvious thing denoting it, right? And either ... kappa or /s are required. Yeah, no worries. Like, so not 100%. Kappa is simply, you definitely do overuse the ... I'm going to say you will communicate better online if you stop doing so. For sure. I will bet money that there are people you have communicated with where you used the ... and they thought it meant something totally different than what you intended. /s is for shouting? No, that's what caps are for. That's what capitals are for, man. I'm shouting. I'm yelling at all of y'all. Technically, I can just yell and do it, but I'm the streamer. There you go, Gadget Copter. Yeah, for sure. So technically, you have like a narcissist mom at that point, right? Stop yelling at me, CMG. Yeah, I get it. I like that. I'm into it. Yeah, really good. The fact that we're having a really, really good conversation without the person that sparked it is actually, like, kind of nice. Could you imagine, like, how shitty they would have turned this conversation? So yeah, XB67, I'm glad you noped out. Because I don't think you would actually add anything valuable to any of our conversations already. The fact that you noped out so quick. She thinks it's a funny pause. That's what a period is. A period is a pause between things. Right? This is a great example. Right? The internet, right? It's basically like the clap, right? Clap it out. Yeah, for sure. It's basically like the clap emoji. It hurts. But the moment someone does that, they are trying to make a point. Right? And instead, that's the pause. So yeah, I think that's like the thing. Like, punctuation means something. They think that it's purely about grammar. Online, no one cares about your grammar. Or punctuation in general, unless it means something. I will typically add like a dot. To me, HMM means that you are like thinking between things. Right? I don't know. I don't know if that's correct. Let me point that out. I'm like a boomer in that regard. Like, yeah, evoke the word And then that lets someone know that you're thinking about it, right? You would add 3 dots to and that's fine. I'm okay with that part. I'm okay with adding 3 dots to a Yeah, I totally agree that a ... after a means nothing insincere or passive-aggressive. It's simply like, I am thinking about this now. So really, like, the ligature or the... I'm trying to think of a good word for it, but like that part, really, like the ... coupled with a is actually like a separate context than just a ... Right? It becomes its own specific statement. Yeah, it's like an emote of you scratching your chin. Right? Versus, like, I don't know. Yeah. The ... really to me is like a, without a before it. Yeah, and that's how a lot of people use the ... like I'm trailing off into thought. But the fact of the matter is, like, too many people have misused the ellipsis to where it no longer means trailing off into thought unless accompanied with another thing that also means trailing off into thought. It's not linear. That's a great point. Yeah, for sure. The way you speak with friends is different than the way you speak in public. For sure. Yeah, so speak differently with people you know on the internet versus your friends. If your friends know that ... doesn't mean you're being passive-aggressive, like, cool, no big deal. But in general, if I see a ... online in a chat, ooh, that person's being a dick about it. Right? It's a very boomer thing to think that it doesn't matter, in my opinion. That's like a boomer mentality to punctuation. Ignoring how the online aspect of things changes how punctuation works in general. All right, so real quick, I do have to use the restroom. We're at almost 11 p.m. on this stream. That's kind of crazy. Like, I don't even know if we'll have time to play games tonight. But I do want to use the restroom and at least come back to the conversation we're having. We'll probably do like better code tomorrow. But I want to think about what we do tomorrow and where we leave off with a proper brain rather than the I'm doing my pee dance brain. So give me a second, okay? BRB, 1 sec. All right, so I'm back. Yeah, I had to go pee. Sorry, my bad. Let me reread some comments. And the boomers would say it's a very Gen Z thing to redefine language. That's because a lot of those boomers that would say that don't understand that language is actually evolving over time. Right? I had a very boomer mindset on the word decimate for a long time. It means reduce by 10%. How dare you? Look at the root words. But actually, at the end of the day, how a word gets used actually defines, like, itself, right? So at this point, when someone says decimate, they mean to basically destroy something but not quite dead. Decimate doesn't mean that literally, but in modern society, it does mean that. So whether you want to be literal or understand that words change over time, if you don't understand that words change over time, you're going to get left behind. That's all there is to it. And yes, I am saying this as a person who was very literal about it for a very long time until I understood. Right? Words are ephemeral. They only mean what we all understand them to mean. If enough people understand a word to mean something, that's what it means. That's it. That's all there is to it. So decimate these days means to basically destroy something, but it's still around. Technically, it means to reduce by 10%, based upon the root words. But the technical definition doesn't actually matter anymore. Yeah, I mean, I have this Trello board. I've shared it with people even. Yeah, I might, like, whatever. If you want to steal these ideas, go for it, Mini Scruff. I just want to point out that if you didn't come up with it yourself, are you actually going to have the motivation to finish it? Probably not. Right? Ideas are cheap. Vision is expensive. So implement the idea all you want, but you need to really put in the work for the vision. Yeah, I get it, Miniscruff. I know. I'm not worried about people stealing these ideas. I've actually even shared this entire board with Zayu. If Zayu makes any of these things valuable, go for it. Really what that means is she should probably hire me at some point for my vision. Because all of these ideas are just a jumping off point. Where it could go and what it could be. Good luck. Have fun doing that yourself, but yeah. You can't buy what's in my head. You can't do it. You can hire me and you can get what's in my head for like a lease, but you can't buy it. You can't own it. You can lease it. That's about it. And if you're taking one of my ideas, you're not even leasing it. You've just like scoped it. Sure. If you think you can have a vision for any of these and run with it, like, yeah, cool. Go for it. Like, I don't care. I still think with my vision, I can do more. But okay, I think we are at the point where we've just been ranting for the past like 3 hours. So yeah, right? Have we made any progress on the hotel part? No. But we've had really good conversations, and this is some of my favorite part. We made really good progress earlier. So then feeling a need to be productive for the last half? Meh. Nah, we're good. We got some work done, so I'm into that. I am massively into that. You have some good news. Your deceased teacher's own books were distributed on the open for students to take. Got yourself a copy of Fortran 4, COBOL, Pascal, and other stuff. I mean, Sakurai, like, no, that's cool, man. Like, go for it. I'd love to do some COBOL on stream at some point, but I'll wait for that moment to, like, present itself, and then we'll look into it and try and find that content. I would say don't publish it for me. If it's not already freeware somewhere, publish it for the broader internet. And then I'll find it eventually if I need it. So try and get it onto like the internet, like archive. GNU COBOL is actually now a thing. If you'd like to face your fears and embrace them and be better than them, there you go. You are better than your fears. You got this, man. Just do it. What are you waiting for? I almost feel like the way you phrased that, Acid Spark, no, not the COBOL. That's basically like, oh God, not the bees. Oh. Anything but the bees. Right? Sure, it's a thing, right? But if you all want to learn COBOL, there is a way of doing so free on your own hardware and totally worth it, right? So kind of cool. Actually kind of cool. That said, yeah, we are at 11 p.m. on this stream. If y'all don't remember, this is the home of the accidental 18-hour stream. We're 9 hours into it. Previously, Yeah, I see the symbol. Like, yeah, he's a little passive aggressive. I get it. But yeah, previously I would start streaming at like 5 a.m. Sometimes, 4, maybe 6. And we accidentally went till like now. And I'm okay with that. That's some of the best times we've ever had on stream. That was great. I love that stuff. These conversations are something you can't buy. Fully organic, fully just from actual conversations and things we chat about and your responses to these things and all that stuff. Like, yeah, man. There are companies that would kill for this level of discourse about any part of their product. We just sit here chatting for free. So yeah, it's good stuff. There are companies that would majorly benefit from discussing these things. Wait, what do you mean, Acid? No. Wait, what thing are you talking about? Was what you? No, so Sakurai was saying general nuisance unit. Maybe you missed that comment, right? GNU is GNU. And yeah, like, this is the face of someone that's totally taking up your time, isn't it? Oh, this dude is stoked to waste your time, isn't he? This guy is like the visual embodiment of a ... Every single thing he says has a ... at the end. Well, technically, GNU and free means something totally different, ... Right? This guy is the, like, actual visual embodiment of a ... for every sentence. Like, yeah, like, totally. For sure. ... Yeah, I know what you did last night. Yeah, it felt way creepier, but somehow not as creepy as this logo. I don't think you could possibly be more creepy than this logo. This logo is judging me in a way that I don't want to be judged right now. Like, yeah, dude, it's brutal. So yeah, we're gonna navigate away from that page because I don't feel like being judged right now. All right. This feels like Shrek. Do you mean like, like this topic has layers? Like an onion? Right, so we see Danny Stem killing it, as she does. Like, yeah, she just kills it. And I hope she's doing some really, like, awesome hardware dev. Yeah, she kills it. She's awesome. I see I develop things doing some Unreal Engine stuff. Oh, John is Larry. Yeah, we're gonna go raid John is Larry. Let's go do that. That sounds great. I haven't had a chance to raid this dude back. Yeah, he's awesome, man. He's super good. So yeah, I'll be over on gaming stream. I know we went super late tonight. Is there anyone even over on YouTube right now? Because we're outside of our like normal hours? No, there's no one there. So later YouTube, cheers.